Let's do it.
Did I sell my soul to the devil?
Put yourself together.
How could you possibly help me?
Exactly.
Beneath this
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with, now they looking nervously. And I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet
Cause I
next
don't
to me.
give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Beneath this mask, there is more than flesh. Beneath this mask, there is an idea, Mr. Creedy. And ideas are bulletproof.
Welcome in, everybody. Latin Indian, good to see you. Lou, great to see you. And now a word from our sponsors.
You must be Jack.
How do you do, Mr. Britton?
No. Call me Pete. Come on in. Honey, Jack's here.
I'll be down in a sec.
She'll be down in a sec. So Jack, the infamous Jack, we finally meet. How awesome is that?
Pretty great.
Right. So, do you want a Dick and Cider?
What?
I said, how about a Dick and Cider? Jack, it's no big deal. You act like you've never had a Dick and Cider before.
Hey, Jack.
Honey, apparently Jack here has never had a Dick and Cider. You remember your first, don't you, sweetie?
Yeah, it's good.
So good. Let's give him one.
Okay, but can we make it quick?
Absolutely. Lucky boy, Jack. You're going to get your first one tonight. All right!
You can't blame a guy for getting excited about a Dick and Cider.
Greg, you're home.
I couldn't miss Christmas.
No one else is up yet.
I know how to get them up.
Is that Togler's?
Merry Christmas, Mom.
The best way to wake and bake.
Tobler's.
And if you have if you just smoke just a little bit too much, and you need, a nice non-emergency ride, you just want to go get checked out, check out Amen Ride LLC, non-emergency medical transport, number 719-877-2281. Free with Medicaid. So those were our sponsors today. Welcome in, everybody. I'm glad to see you all in here. Basically today, what we got going on is fun times in Aguilar. Basically today, we've got a protest going on. We're trying to make a mass call out to everybody in Aguilar, the surrounding area that knows about the situation, that is concerned about the situation, to join up at the park in Aguilar for a protest against the administration and how they're running things. We have some more lip service that have come out from the administration here over an article in the, I think it's the Chronicle? Yeah, the Chronicle. They didn't like that article. They said that the article is lying. You can get all your factual information off of the website at aguilar.co. I don't know. From this here, I don't see. I see the same loop service. I don't see anything new. I mean, I'm hearing the same thing out of this letter here, that things have been repaired. They're getting their grants, and now everything's up to date. But every time I go and I look, it says the complete opposite. Just in my opinion alone, it says the complete opposite. Today we're going to recap a little bit. We're going to start out from the beginning, from when me and Good Citizen first came in, and some of the lip service that we've gotten, and the lies, and the fact that they fill out all of our requests, all of them. They fill out all of our requests. Lord knows I've gotten a budget from them. Lord knows I got the last water report and videos from Tyra that I requested, what, 2-3 months ago, still haven't received them. Because they were trying to figure out how to convert the videos and then send them over to me. And okay, I can understand you have issues with the videos, but I never got the report. Good Citizen, I do believe on his Facebook, has posted a bunch of pretty much denied, because if you don't respond to it, you don't answer to it, those are denials. It's not that you didn't see them. Those are denials. He's posted a few of those requests that he's made to her up on Facebook. If you want to go check out his Facebook at some point in time. I mean, we've got information spread all over the place. It's not just here on YouTube. Good Citizen himself, he's busy as hell, man. Non-stop with this shit. Good Citizen says, travel to your appointment in style. Yep. We can trust anything they say, Lou. You know how it goes. Oh, you gotta love it. I love the YouTube game, man. And people are right on it, bro. People are right on it. Wow, Tyra's at work today. That's awesome. Good Citizen says, good day to call and ask questions. She says she says in the response letter, call and ask any questions. One-party consent state. Just as a reminder, Colorado is a one-party consent state. And we love clips. We love clips. You can send those to Good Citizen, or you can send them to myself at youpeoplefreepress@gmail.com. We will take every single clip that you guys take. Good Citizen, unfortunately, could not be with us. I noticed, I'm pretty sure a lot of you have noticed he's not here. I don't have, somebody sitting here with me, obviously, because he is busy. Again, today we have a protest going from 12 to about 3 down there for the citizens that want to join in, for whatever grievances you have, because apparently you can't get your grievances out at a public meeting. You can't talk about public things that are going on with the town or your grievances with the council when they're all together like you're supposed to. So how about you guys take it the other way and you guys go and hold a peaceful protest right in front of town hall in Aguilar and let them know how you feel. I mean, hold up a few signs, make them read. I know it's hard for them, but make them read. Although, with me saying this right now, I'm going to throw $2 down on the fact that they're going to shut down town hall today. Oh, and did I mention if you guys can't show up for the protest because you're working or whatever and you're catching me while you're on your lunch break, there's going to be a potluck as well today, from I think about 4, maybe 5 to 7, somewhere around those areas, and we would like the community to come out and brainstorm. I am unfortunately not going to be able to make it down there, but Good Citizen is down there. We've got Vern down there. We've got Gail down there. We've got so many people down there that are willing to step up and make changes. If you don't know what to do, come down, grab a burger, grab a hot dog, and conversate. Because even as a citizen and you don't know what you can do, your voice can be heard and it can make a difference. The more the voices, the bigger the difference. You can't have just me or Good Citizen or Vern. You can't just have 3 of us fighting for you, man, because they're not going to listen to us. They're going to keep flaking us off. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work that way, man. You can't do that. Don't forget your sidewalk chalk. Yeah, for the kids, man. Gotta let the kids do some stuff, man. I will be up as long as I can be up. Unless something comes up, I will be up. Like I said, we're gonna jump into some old stuff here. We're gonna jump into the original audit that we did when we walked in, and we'll play that out. And we'll see what else we got here. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy the amount of lip service. The amount of lip service that's coming out of this administration lately, you know, it kills me. I just don't get it. I don't get how this has been going on for 15 years, and most of it, has the town just given up? That's my question. Has the town just given up? Have you as the citizens just given up because you feel that there's nothing you can do? Have you given up because of fear of retaliation or something? Like, we've heard it plenty of times before, as far as your houses being threatened to be burned down or anything else on that standpoint as far as physical harm. I mean, we already know that there's no law enforcement there. Hell, Vern sent me a picture of Adam from back in the day, I think from their first encounter. And I was looking at his utility belt, and I never noticed it before, but he actually had a set of handcuffs. Now, can you tell me what code enforcement would need with handcuffs? I don't think I've ever seen any code enforcement carry handcuffs. But looking at that picture, you know, more and more and going into detail, I mean, that guy had a full utility belt like he was the marshal. But you guys don't have a marshal down there because, you know, you guys hired a guy and he tased fucking kids at school. The one prior to that was a drunk. Like, come on, man. Like, to me, it seems like the people of Aguilar just said, fuck it, just let them do what they're going to do because there's nothing we can do. Either we're going to get retaliated against, our house is going to get burnt down, whatnot, so forth. No, you guys need to start standing the fuck up. Excuse my language, and I'm not trying to be an asshole. But, you know, by now, me and Good Citizen were expecting at least, you know, at least 40 to 50 people to be showing up per meeting, to be speaking up. We do have people in the background, but again, those people in the background, and no offense to them, we completely understand. They're afraid of the retaliation. But I think we've proven that there is going to be no fucking retaliation. We've proven it. Great Good Citizen has had a few things here or there, right? A few things. His house is still there. Robert's house is still there. Gail's house is still there. Vern's house is still there. Mike's house is still there. It's really time for these citizens to start standing up. I want to start seeing you guys out there in droves. I am calling for every citizen. And if you see our show, or if you read our Facebook posts, or whatever, spread the word. Because not everybody goes through YouTube or Facebook or whatever. Word of mouth, especially out here. You know, whatever happened to word of mouth? You remember how, I don't think a lot of you remember how news used to travel. I mean, people out here on the West Coast, it took them like a few months to figure out what happened on the East Coast. And with today's technology and the way everybody's interweaved, like, information should be getting to a good portion of the people more than just a couple of months, right? In my opinion, I mean, I would figure we've been there for over a year. You've had Vern, who's been there for years. You have Gail, who's been there for years. You have everybody that's been there for years. You guys know what's going on. I think now is the time to stand up, especially when they're trying to take away your freedom of speech. Now you're not going to be able to talk to them. Now you're not going to be able to say, hey, unless it's on the agenda. Well, if it's not on the agenda, we don't want to hear it. You don't get 3 minutes. But you also have to sign up 72 hours prior to those meetings too, with a description of what you want to talk about. Which leads to, in my opinion, discrimination. Because at that point, they can roll through and go, nope, we don't want that person on here because that's not part of the agenda, or we don't want to hear it, or we don't want to address it. Kind of like the last meeting, when I showed up to question Donald why rocks were being thrown at me and Good Citizen. I mean, literal rocks. These aren't fucking people throwing rocks in glass houses metaphorically. These are motherfuckers that have thrown literal rocks at me. And I kept my cool. I kept a smile on my face. I busted his balls a little bit because he couldn't hit me. Or maybe he wasn't trying to hit me. Maybe he was just trying to be a jerk off. But then again, why is your mayor being like that towards people that A, don't even fucking live there, and B, doing that to a citizen of your town? No question on that? I have a question on it. I have a question on the fact that Tyra hasn't been to a single fucking meeting in fucking ages. Sarah's been taking her place. In my opinion, Tyra shouldn't get her full fucking pay. Because she's not fulfilling her duties. I don't care how fucking busy it is. Why is it busy? Why is she so fucking busy? Why is she doing all of this shit? Because they can't fucking hire anybody competent enough to do the fucking job. They overlook the person that's competent to do the job to hire some young punk that don't know what he's doing so they could pay him minimum wage. Let's save money. And now where are they at? No fucking utility workers except for Tyra, Stephanie, and Sarah. We still have no confirmation on any of them having any certifications to do anything with water. Or anything else for that matter. We get Cora requests answered by Stephanie. When did Stephanie get the certification? And my question, does Stephanie have the certification to be filling out Cora requests? Because we shouldn't be receiving them from Stephanie. We should be receiving them from the person that is certified to do and handle those Cora requests. But we're not getting it. I mean, these are all the questions that I have had nonstop since we got here. I'm going to throw up the link because I would like some opinions on this from, not just chat, Anarchy Television. Great to see you, John Tracy. Great to see you. I know I went on a little bit of a rant, and that's me. I always do those little rants because I'm kind of pissed. I think the citizens should be pissed. I'm more pissed off than the citizens there. And I don't even fucking live there. I don't have to deal with the water. I don't have to deal with the infrastructure. I don't have to deal with that. I can go off into my own little fucking world and just be fucking happy. Why am I in this fight? I've gotten that question a million fucking times. Why are you here? And I always answer it with this question, and they always hate it. Why aren't you doing what I'm doing? Why aren't you standing up for what's right? Why am I doing it and I don't live here? You know what I'm saying? But you're there and you're not doing it. So why are you questioning me on why I'm trying to help your infrastructure? And you know, try and stop this bullshit that's been going on for 20 years. And try to hold people accountable that need to be held accountable. It's not fair that the citizens get held accountable for fucking everything. I mean, look at what we just went through. They're sitting here saying in this letter that they didn't blame the citizens for using the water. They're just asking you to conserve it. But I got a straight out statement from Mark telling me, nope, there's no leak. Nope, there's no leak. The citizens are using too much water from watering their lawns and doing whatever. I have talked to citizens who have been charged multiple months for, like, okay, so they get charged a certain amount. Like, I think it's like around $35 for 3,000 gallons. $35 for 3,000 gallons. And then they get charged a couple of, $2.75 or something, $2.50 extra for each 1,000 gallons that they use. There's people out there that are getting charged for 10,000 gallons of water. How do you charge somebody for 10,000 gallons of water? And then on top of it, because, they wanted to be good homeowners and make sure that they didn't have a leak, they spent a couple $100 having people come in, test their fucking lines, run cameras everywhere. And you know where the problem was? The problem was at the city. Their meter was fucked up. It wasn't reading right. Did that citizen get their money back? No. Did it get credited to their account? No. But they got charged for months. Months. And they didn't get their money back. Tyra and that whole administration said, fuck you. We're going to keep your money. But Tyra doesn't have to pay her bills either. She feels that if she didn't have, like, if the costs on her bills didn't come out to where they came out to be, she doesn't have to pay that amount. She's going to pay what she wants, right? That's okay. Because Walsenburg ain't going to cut off Aguilar. Let's be serious. Let's be real here. Aguilar is not getting cut off from Walsenburg. Walsenburg does not want that fucking PR. Because even though it's a town of fucking Aguilar and the city of Walsenburg issue, the citizens aren't the fucking blame. It's the administration that don't want to pay their bills or possibly can't pay their bills. Because again, we don't get budgets. We don't know how much they have in the bank. We don't know what comes in, what goes out. We do know fact. They are not getting a part of any state tax fucking revenue. Fact. That's not bullshit. That's fact. They are not up to code. Audits haven't been done in this fucking town in I don't know how many fucking years. And they are not fucking benefiting from the fucking tax revenue that they should be they should be benefiting from. Trunk Monkey, good to see you. Yeah, people charge full price for 0 gallons of water used. We've seen that. And that's exactly right, Lou. That's part of the reason why I'm into this. This government out here, and it's not just Aguilar. Oh, fuck no. It's not just Aguilar. It's pretty much all of southern Colorado that is this fucking crazy. I mean, we could fucking throw a dime and hit one of these little fucking towns on the map and go hit it, and we'd probably be dealing with the same thing. There is no accountability for a lot of these people. And again, it kills me because you've got Aguilar Town Hall, which is way out of compliance. That building is crumbling, literally crumbling. We had a meeting done about an ADA compliant ramp. They accepted a bid. Why isn't the ramp done? Is it because they can't pay for the ramp right now? Is it because it was all just lip service to get that out of the way? Because, you know, it still doesn't get it out of the way. Because you had a meeting, because you accepted a bid, doesn't mean that you're in ADA compliance. Any one of those residents can file an ADA complaint against you, if not a lawsuit. Because nothing in that fucking town is ADA compliant. Nothing. You've got residents who are hard of hearing that can't hear anything on the meetings. We have reposted I don't know how many fucking meetings. And every single fucking meeting we repost, we get the same comments. Can't hear them. Oh, but when Donald wants to be heard, you know he can pick up that mic and he can get right here on you. And he can get really loud on you. And then he could be heard. But then he'll put down the mic. And you can't hear a single fucking word he says. None of them. It's ridiculous. I mean, there are towns smaller than them that have better looking town halls, that have better looking infrastructure, that are getting... Boone has half the population of Aguilar, and it looks 10 times better. They have newer infrastructure. They still have their old buildings, but they have new infrastructure. Besides the mayor taking $400,000 and not going to jail, cleared out the town's account and still hasn't gone to jail. Went on the news. Yeah, I took the money. Still has not gone to jail. I'm trying to figure that one out. I'm trying to figure out if she put it into a different account and she is actually trying to help that town, because I don't know how that administration's working right now, but it doesn't sound very well if their mayor is getting booted out. And it's kind of weird because see this is what's killing me. And I don't know, maybe it's because they're not incorporated or they're not a statutory town. I still haven't gone fully into that one yet. But the mayor took the money. But apparently Aguilar's mayor has no fucking power except to bang that gavel and tell you you can't fucking speak. There's a lot of shit going on in Aguilar right now. You got Stephanie who's selling everything in the fucking... everything in her house, including the kitchen fucking sink. You got Tyra who's hasn't shown up to a meeting in fucking forever and a fucking day, which is just really disrespectful to the citizens, in my opinion. If you're going to be the administrator and you're going to be the clerk, you should be at the meetings, not via Zoom, where nobody can see you or hear you or address you. because that is the main venue on where you should be addressed. And for you to not show up is a kick in the teeth to the citizens, in my opinion. You got Mark, who resigned. If he shows up the next meeting, you best believe I'm going to tell that motherfucker to relieve his seat. He left the last meeting. He wasn't there for the special meeting. This is like 7 meetings that this guy in a row has not attended. He is not a council member, in my opinion, and the citizens should hold him accountable to that. And you notice, the more that the citizens and we hold them accountable, the more and more they crumble. Everything that they said that we cannot do, we have fucking done, and we have done in excess. I think that we have proven that this administration is fucking incompetent. They might have knowledge on how to put through a grant. But really, in all technicalities, paperwork is not such a hard fucking thing to do. Especially when they give you directions on how to do it. It's the other parts that come with it to make sure that your town is in ordinance, in code ordinance, and making sure that everything is good and you can do the work that you're supposed to do. And your infrastructure is good. Aguilar doesn't have that. As much as they claim it in this latest, bullshit letter that they put out, they're not in compliance. Because if they were in compliance, this shit would be getting done. They don't need to wait for that once a month meeting to get these grants done. They don't need to wait. They can hold a special meeting whenever the hell they want. They just got to make sure that the public knows 24 hours prior. They can get this work done. But they're not getting it done. They had to get power away from the council to Donald and Tyra and Mark to handle the augmentation pond. Remember? What's up, C4T? That's what I'm saying, AZ. They never get anything done. Even when, and you heard the lawyer, if you're up to date and you've heard that video, you heard the lawyer, they haven't had a civil fucking meeting in forever. They haven't had a civil meeting in forever. The citizens are always fucking it all up and they never get anything done. Now, I don't know where this lawyer is getting his fucking information, but, I gotta say, other than, maybe, Vern getting upset while he's talking because his 3 minutes keep getting interrupted, or Robert getting upset because his 3 minutes get interrupted, or he feels that he's not being listened to, that doesn't constitute to them, to the citizens stopping the meeting. They were still holding their meetings. They would vote on stuff, not that you could fucking hear them, but still nothing is getting done. ADA ramp, prime example, not getting done. We have brought out into the open that their shit pond, the agitator, is fucked up. It's broken. It's not even fucking working correctly. On top of it, there's a tractor in there now. That still hasn't been removed from the shit pond. Their tanks are fucking crumbling and falling apart. They pretty much need to be replaced. Citizens are getting lied to, getting blamed for the water usage, and then getting that blame pulled back and going, no, we were just asking people to conserve water because there was a leak. Yep. Well, and really, to tell you the truth, AZ, the majority of the citizens at Aguilar work out of town. There's not really a lot of jobs in town. There are a few. You've got the Ace Hardware, you've got the Mercantile, you've got Ringo's, you've got I think that's all you got. But why is that? Because they don't want to bring in any new infrastructure. They're not trying to bring in new people. You bring in new people, that brings the problems that they have now. A couple of new people just walked up into town, and where are they at now? They don't want that shit. Again, if you're just jumping in and you're in the area, you have about an hour. Good Citizen, Vern, whole bunch of other people, new people. And please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. The people that have stood up and the new people that are standing up, we greatly appreciate that you are standing up and starting to do something for your town. Because in the end, I'm not going to be there. Like, we can only cover this for so long. I'm not trying to be a jerk up, but I mean, if the citizens don't step up and help make the change, there is going to be no change. You are basically telling the administration that you are accepting what they do and you don't care. And they'll take that and they'll run with it with force. But if you guys make the change, you guys can make the change now, regardless whether I stay or go. The change is there. You have control of your town. Not the mayor, not Tyra, not Mark. You have control of your town. You have say over your town. You put the people on that fucking board. Not the board puts people on that board. Because that's pretty much what you have at this point, other than one person. I do believe one person on that board was actually voted onto that board and got onto that board. That was also just one person. But that one person also doesn't speak up either. So how much of a voice do you have, even though you voted that one person on there? How much of a voice do you have as citizens? You don't have a voice anymore going to the public meetings. So how else are you going to be heard? Or are you just going to let them steamroll you? This now is the deciding time for everybody in that town to stand up and be heard. Go down to town hall. 12 to noon. 12 to noon. 12 to 3. Go down there with a sign. Just go down there. Make yourself known. Be seen. Yell at the town hall. Something stupid. I don't care. Let it be known. Because that's the only way change is going to happen in your town. And it's not going to be 5 people that do it. It's not going to be 5 people that do it. I know I went on a huge ass rant. I've probably been on a rant for at least a half hour now on that whole thing. And I said that we were going to get into some old stuff. So let's get into some old stuff. Let me bring up the original time that we walked up into this place. Because I'm telling you, man, like, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed. We're still dealing with the same lip service. Tyra is out there telling everybody, oh yeah, we give them their requests, we do this, we do that. But she's also changing everybody's stories as well. And I'm like, well, how come people haven't really figured this out yet? I don't know. I'm just a little confused on it. Nice car. You people, good citizen media, we're in the town of Aguilar. 125 years, 1894 to 2019. Used to be a town where Al Capone did a lot of bootlegging and making of alcohol. A lot of history in this town. As you can see, the city hall here is circa 1936. Unfortunately, it is not. I just want everybody to take a nice good look at those stairs. That's where our ADA compliant ramp is supposed to be. In my opinion, ADA compliant. You got stairs here that are crumbling. Handrail is nice, but still no wheelchair access to the front. I love the architecture out here. I love the buildings. I mean, look at all this stuff here. That's got a new roof on it. That there was closed in 1926. It opened in 1912. It was robbed on its first day for $1,000. The safe still stands, but the roof is gone, so we can't go in there. I was told there's no marshal here anymore, so kind of surprised to see a marshal's office. No marshal there. And there still is no marshal there. Still no marshal. You know what's sitting in this door right here? An antique fire truck is sitting in that door, along with all the light bars for the black SUV and I guess the white SUV that were the marshal's vehicles. All light bars are sitting in there. The windows are broken on the other side too. They've been broken for at least 7 months, to my knowledge. I mean, other than that entrance, which doesn't look like a public entrance, I'm not seeing ADA compliant as far as getting into city and town hall. We've got a ground wire hanging from the fire siren. That's what I pointed that out, yeah. But even for 1936, I mean,
not well maintained.
No. The stairs are crumbling really bad. I mean, look at that. It's just all cracking apart. We were also told in this town that apparently they're having water issues. There's stuff in the water. It needs to be filtered out. They don't have a water treatment plant. As far as they're supposed to, because they got a grant for it, supposedly. Somebody else put in a grant, and the government asked that person, what did you do with the first grant? That was 10 years ago. So we'll step into that for a minute. And that was pretty much confirmed. It wasn't the exact story, but it was damn close. There was a grant already for that augmentation pond. They already had it all set up. They were going to do it. And somehow, some way, they got the money before the project was done. And the money disappeared along with that person. That person still was never caught, to my knowledge. And still resides in Colorado, by the way. But just different jurisdiction. So is that how this place runs? You do something, and then, like, if you commit a crime in a certain jurisdiction, you guys just move over to a different one? Is that how this works? Is that how a lot of the administration here and the cops here stay out of trouble? I mean, especially with, like, you know, Los Animas Sheriff's Department. You had a guy resign and then go work over for Jake Six, which was probably not the fucking best idea. Because we all know how Jake Six runs fucking Bent County over there. I mean, they're more than willing to be part of the fair security. I grant them that, but I don't know. Are they qualified enough to secure if you have 4 inmates fucking take off on you and be gone for a week without your knowledge? Mitch, what's going on? But yeah, so a lot of these crazy stories have come to light, have been true. And I would believe that's why, you know, they don't have access, but maybe they do. I mean, the only conclusion that I have that this stuff hasn't been done is they don't have access to the money. Unless they've had access to the money and they've been using the money, but it hasn't been going to the augmentation pond, and now they're having all these types of issues getting new grants because the grants that they've gotten prior have not been followed through on. I mean, I can only speculate because we only get so much information, but, you know, lines can go in different directions from certain information. You can take one piece of information and get 20 other pieces out of it just out of speculation. One of those will probably be right. I don't know. We're still working on that whole speculation thing being about 95% right with this town so far. And they still have no water treatment plant, still having water problems. Very, very small town. I asked about the child population. They said that they only had 5 people graduate high school out of this town last year, which is not a very high population. And some of the stories that are coming out of this town are really, really crazy. We're going to document 557 PKQ ALC 278 BFQ 691 just in case. BKG T91. Did you want to head up in there? So, at this point, you can see that we've spent about 5 minutes just walking around the outside with the cameras. At this point, the girls in the office should be prepared for the fact that we are walking in with cameras. Reserve parking for Aguilar town clerk. That's a nice little thumbnail right there. We'll see how welcome we are when we go in here. From what I hear, not very welcome. Watch the wasps. There's a wasp right up above that by that light. So there was a nice little wasp nest, mud wasp nest, right above the fucking door. Right above the public entrance into town hall. Why wasn't that taken care of, like, immediately? Why are you going to let a wasp nest grow and sit there right above your public entrance to your public building? That just showed me how much they really give a shit about their town as far as running it is concerned and the care of their citizens, because, you know, my wife, along with a lot of other fucking people, are allergic to bee stings. One bee sting could kill my wife. What if me and her were walking up there and she ended up getting stung and didn't have an EpiPen? You can't call for help out there. Even if you do, it's 10 to 15 minutes away. In that amount of time, with no medical with no medical help there, no EpiPen, no nothing, my wife would perish. What kind of lawsuit would that bring upon the town? in my in my head right there is, what kind of lawsuit could that bring? Because technically, that wasp nest shouldn't be there, right? Like, is it just me, or am I just?
So here's their mandate. One of the mandates.
Due to state water mandate, there is no outdoor watering, no water hauling effective immediately if this order violated citation. So they can't bring their water up in here?
I don't know. What's that? Hello, how are you?
Good morning.
I have some questions about the water. I was just reading this notice on the. So does that mean people like can't haul water from here?
Oh, from here,
From here, yeah.
not to here.
Yeah, normally we sell water to people living, out of the city limits.
Yes,
with
ma'am.
Cisterns, right, cisterns, am I right? And because we are on water restrictions, we're not able to do that right now.
And we also heard you're on water restrictions because you guys don't have a water treatment plant. Is that what's going on?
I'm not gonna answer anything. I've been out for 2 months and I'm working part-time, so.
I
don't know what's
gotcha.
going on. Yeah.
I hear you.
Alright. Yeah, that's what we was wondering about, was what was going on with the water. So I'd heard that there was a possibility of a grant to help get things going, and then.
We are in the process of getting an augmentation pond built.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know that right now the financing, I believe, just went through, but other than that, I don't
That
know
would be cool.
anymore, right?
And the other question, is this where the city meetings happen?
We have them at the community.
Okay. Now, I was informed that they don't recognize the First Amendment right to record in those meetings. Is that true?
I don't know where you're getting your information, but I really do not want to be recorded, so can you please turn that off? Like,
Oh, we're being recorded. I put all that deleted because you guys didn't let us know. I
You
see
didn't,
the
you
but,
just came in and.
yeah.
And
I don't want to be
I don't
on
know
any recording, and if I see that I'm on Facebook, any social media, I'd like to post their names because I'm gonna get a hold of my attorney. Can I have your names?
You people? The letter U? People?
What do you mean, people?
That's my name. You people.
You people?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that answers our question, doesn't it?
I think it does.
First Amendment is.
No, there's a lot more to the First Amendment, and.
This is a public building, correct?
It's being blown out of.
It's publicly funded?
Yeah, but I don't wanna be
But
on.
it doesn't matter, you're working a public capacity, you don't have a choice. Sorry to tell you, it's a First Amendment protected activity.
But people are also.
But I
supposed to be-
understand this
People
kind
are
of.
supposed to be notified that they're.
No, they're
No.
not. This is a one-party consent state on top of that, I don't even have to tell you.
Even if I'm recording on the phone, I don't have to tell you.
So, you ladies have a nice day, thanks for answering my question.
Have a wonderful day. Sorry to irritate you. All right.
City Hall.
Practicing our First Amendment right. Practicing our First Amendment right. Well, no, she was just recording us from the window.
Yeah, well, I guess we can all record each other.
We can.
I'm at work doing my job.
Good for you.
The difference is ours goes to thousands of people. It's called the court of public opinion.
You know what? You guys just continue what you need to do and please leave us alone.
We left. You come out here and approached us.
I did not.
Oh, okay. Some don't lie. You guys have a great day.
Well, then now I can't leave because you're going to call the sheriff. Because if we leave, then we're running from the police.
So are you calling the sheriffs or are we going on our way?
Make sure you get my shirt. It says Cop Watch Enforcement Agency. We'll stop it right here. So you see what goes down. Like, they don't want to be recorded. They need knowledge that they're going to be recorded. They need to be told. They need to be informed. The town doesn't need to be informed of anything, but they need to be informed. And of course, you know, that you know, ended up bringing out another video that did pretty well for us as far as this one's concerned.
I'm recording them. And he's waving. Yeah, he's waving at us.
Of course, that brought that. And then it's just pretty much, you know, another 14 minutes of just standing there, staring at each other, trying to communicate, and that obviously wasn't going to go well. Stephanie has never wanted to be on film. Not once. She hasn't warmed up to us, not at all. And I kind of understand, you know, when you act pretty dumb on camera all the time. I can see why you don't want to end up on camera all the time. Hell, let's, I think this was the, first, town meeting that we did, and this is with enhanced audio, so let's bring this one up. Oh, didn't want to be on camera. Hey, I know that guy. You know this guy walking in the background right now? I know that guy. I miss that guy. Hey, Adam. Adam, we miss you, buddy. Come back.
No, that's fine. I just collect all of this stuff so they can review it beforehand, so it won't make any sense. That's fine. I'm not demanding it.
Okay, I'm playing this part. I'm playing this part as a purpose because they don't get information until like either the day of or maybe the day prior to the meeting to go over this stuff. So even the people that we ended up getting on council to help out the citizens were feeling defeated because they didn't have a chance to actually go over and understand what information was given to them, and then they pretty much get steamrolled over in the meetings, and they're forced to vote on something that they either A, don't understand, or whatever. And I mean, you had the last council member that resigned, who resigned just for that, because he felt like he was being steamrolled. He wasn't being listened to. He would ask questions in these meetings, and he would just get attitude and, bullshit answers, and he wasn't appreciating it. And he resigned, especially when the mayor's wife gets put on there. I mean, I think she was the least voted to be on that council out of everybody. And she still ended up on that fucking council. Let's skip ahead here a little bit. See if we can't find the start to this meeting. Because I can't remember how long it took him to start this meeting. Six minutes in and we're still not at the start of the meeting. Ah, here we go.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Man, this is back when Vern was on the board. Vern!
Agendas of the agenda, except for on September 1st and September 2nd. July 28th, you're talking about? No, for tonight, Mark. On the agenda. Yeah, we have it as September 1st, which we're supposed to be. Motion. I will make the motion. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Did anybody fucking hear what they just voted on? Now, I got to admit, the audio quality has gotten a tad better, but they're still running pretty much off of the same system, and you can't hear a single fucking word they say. Can't hear a single word they say.
Approval of regular meeting minutes from July 28th.
Everything reflected in the minutes is regularly good. I'll make a motion to that one.
Back up.
I can make one correction to it.
What is that?
We've made over the last 3 or 4 months,
first meeting, this is July 28th. Yes, and it's been done every month. So, you do it on July 28th. I'm saying that this motion has been put in every month since April 21st, and it's still not here. You know, the motion don't carry over. So, I'm saying that they will be put on the agenda each time, but still nothing. You get it, I'll get it down and jump. As I've done every month since April 21st.
How it works, that's not for the employees down there, we just can't sit there and not figure it out and spend all that time waiting to meet everybody.
I understand that, but it's not up to me to set that part of it.
I didn't say it was, I'm just letting you know.
Okay, and let's get it to where it's supposed to be placed. I want it to go down.
Hey, Vern.
Hey, what's up, man?
So, do you remember this meeting, Vern?
Oh, it's one of many. No, which one is it?
Oh, God. It's like, I think the very first one that we covered when you were trying to get the employee handbook put onto the website.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, that was before they really started attacking me.
Mm-hmm. Well, you still can't hear anything.
No,
Still can't hear anything.
I tried from the chat. Can't hear a thing.
Mm-mm. And that's my enhanced audio version, so I'm pretty sure people had it even more jacked up, and it has really bad sound quality because they're sitting it right up underneath of a vent. So every time the heat comes on, it blows all over their computer, which fucks up the mic, and you can't hear shit because apparently they were running off of the laptop mic to pick up what was going on in the background because they haven't learned how to hook it all up to the system yet.
And I don't think half of them turn the mic on, or they have their hand in front of their face, or they're just set back and away from it.
Well, and it's still the same instance. I mean, looking at these mics, I think these are different mics from what they have now. I think they actually went out and got new mics, but still, the mics are shit. Like, you can't hear anything unless he literally picks it up and sticks it to his mouth and talks clearly. Gregory, Johnny Bravo, great to see you.
Well, the mics match the town council.
Right? But, you here in this meeting, you were also trying to make the motion for that to come up onto the agenda, and for months it wasn't coming up onto the agenda about the employee paperwork. The employee handbook and the, what was it, the vehicle usage?
No, it was the employee handbook, and man, I almost remember this. If I wasn't so old, I'd have it.
No, I think you were looking for I think you were looking for the vehicle usage report.
That could be it. That I never got.
No, you never got it. And the employee handbook, did that end up on the website as well?
No, it did not. And I think I tried for almost 9 months to get that. And I asked them at the beginning of every meeting from here on till they took me off. You know, they wanted to approve the minutes, but I keep bringing up, well, you know what, you don't have this on there. And next month it won't be there again. So.
Right. Well, I mean, it's not like any of that has really changed. I mean, that's the whole point on going back to this very first meeting that we encountered Aguilar, because they really didn't know who we were, what we were capable of, what kind of information we could find out, what kind of information we could just speculate on and get right. So, it just goes to show that, stuff that should be on the agenda doesn't make it on the agenda, even if a council member wants it there. And Vern was one of those council members for the people, not for that board. It was for the people.
Yeah, I didn't give a shit about the board.
Right.
Everyone on that board should be working for the people and they should be open to the people for free open discussion. You know, whether it be there or at Ringo's or email or telephone call. You have to be available to know what the people are asking for so that you can represent them.
Right. You do. And you know, that's what we try to represent. That's why we try to do this, because it gets the people's voice out. We've always asked everybody there, even if you've just lived there for a little bit, contact us, email us, tell us your story. We won't put your name out there. Now, I understand that, you know, stories out there are particular to people, kind of like the marshal tasing the kids. So it's kind of hard to be, it's kind of hard to put out some situations because they are particular to certain people, and we don't want anybody getting hurt. We really don't. And that's the whole point why we did what we did. Good Citizen went 1.5 miles over what he should have. I mean, that guy moved into Aguilar. He's been a resident. I mean, he's technically a resident. He can run for the council. And Gregory, I'm not ignoring your question. Good Citizen Media, if you guys are just jumping in, is getting ready to hold a protest in front of Town Hall from noon to 3. So if you're in the area and you're tired of hearing about Aguilar's bullshit and you want us to stop, help us make it stop. Show up to Town Hall and make your voice heard, because you're not going to be able to make it heard at a public meeting.
Let me clarify the time. It's starting at 1 o'clock.
Now, I was told noon. I'm sticking with noon. It gets people there. Noon. Okay? I'm sticking with noon. Noon to 3. Okay. You don't have to stay the whole time. Show up for 5 fucking minutes, take a few pictures, tell Tyra she's a fucking tyrant, and then leave. At least you made your voice heard and you were seen. So, and then on top of that, we also have a potluck for the citizens that can't make it to the protest because of work. We understand it's a work day. And, really in this day and age, what day is not a work day for people? Saturday and Sunday are no longer a fucking weekend, in my opinion. We do have a potluck going on from what, Vern, 4 to 7?
Yeah, I think we're going to get there set up around 4. I believe it starts at 5. So okay, around 7.
We'll say 5 to 7. 5 to 7 is good. People are getting home, whatever. If they're passing by, stop by, grab dinner, grab a hot dog, grab a hamburger, talk with your neighbors, talk with your fellow citizens. If you don't know what you can do, talk to the people that can maybe give you something that you can do. Maybe we can give you an idea that you never thought of, and you could help.
Or just hear a view that's not strictly from the town council.
Or us. I'm pretty sure people are tired of hearing of us for the past fucking year plus about Aguilar and the stupid bullshit. I'm pretty sure people are tired of hearing the word Aguilar because we mention it so much, But, the way to make that bitching stop is to get the administration right. Because if there's a good administration in there and it's running smoothly, there's nothing to bitch about. There's nothing to report on. You see what I'm saying? If it's all running good, there's really nothing to report on. I wouldn't have to sit here every fucking day, week, try and figure out why we don't have any fucking utility workers or why our infrastructure is going to shit. I shouldn't have to fucking figure that shit out. That shit should already be done and handled by the administration. There should be no story. There should be no crumbly top. There should be no rusty bin barrel, green barrel. I call it a rusty barrel now. For real. We get tetanus shots for stepping on a fucking rusty nail, and you've got a rusting tank holding your water.
I like the way you're doing this. You're starting at the beginning, and I'll try real hard not to jump ahead, but there's so much that's recently happened that, and you brought it up about the employees. That's amazing. It's like and I keep saying on almost any of my posts, you can't make this shit up.
Well, no, and it's even more funny because I do believe this meeting that we were watching here, the very first meeting, to get my point across that their agenda is their agenda. It's not the people's agenda, it's their agenda. But they can never get a fucking thing done. Right? But this meeting is also where Derek got fired.
Oh, okay.
This meeting is also the meeting where Derek got fired. We all know Derek. Derek's a great guy. He's working for the trash company now, making double what he was making over in Aguilar, having a grand old fucking time watching what's going on in Aguilar because he knows he can fix the fucking problem.
And this was the meeting before this one was where I tried getting him a raise. Him and Virgil both. And then the very next meeting, they fire him.
Right.
So I guess it doesn't do me any good to speak up for someone.
Blibbits! What's up, Blibbits? We got Johnny Bravo saying, good luck today with that protest. Stay safe and have fun. If it wasn't so far away, I'd protest with you guys. Greatly appreciate it, Johnny Bravo. Gregory pretty much says the same thing, but I can't afford the plane tickets, Gregory. I'm broke right now, bro. Like I'm struggling until I start my new job. So, but that's the hassles of moving and blah, blah, blah. And apparently Colorado just takes its sweet ass time hiring you. Sweet ass time.
Weed's legal here.
Well, it's not even, it's not, yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe everybody's just too stoned. I don't know.
Right.
I'm just saying, like, it shouldn't take me a month to get into, you know, some sort of position. Like, it shouldn't take me a month. And then it shouldn't take me, like, you know, I hear I get the job, but then I don't hear when I start for another 2-3 weeks. Like, that shouldn't happen. Maybe you're right. Everybody's just stoned and they keep forgetting. Don't know, Vern.
It's Colorado, you know.
Well, anyways, I start next week, so it's all good. I'll start getting some money back in my pocket, and then I'll be able to travel back down there. I should have... No, I'm not going to be able to make this meeting, I don't think.
Well, congratulations on the new job.
24th is the meeting, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't start till the 22nd. I'm going to have to miss this meeting. I'm going to have to be remote.
And this one's going to be amazing.
I know this one's going to be amazing. I want to be there in person, too, for it. But unfortunately, like, with all the bullshit that we went through moving up here and all the fucking... I'm telling you, Vern, it was bad. Like, we're broke. We're done. Like, we got to fucking rebuild. So...
Well, if you want to stream live, I'll make sure that I have my camera.
Oh, I'll be live. Fuck
okay.
Yeah, I'll be live for the meeting, because even if I can't hear them, I like watching the action.
Right. Well, I usually get up right in their face to where you could hear them. At least my part of it.
Yeah, but then it's up to Good Citizen or something. Well, no, because you'll be right there. You guys are always front and center, so... And Linda's got a pretty good camera. You got a good camera. It's got good audio. So hell yeah. I mean, we'll bring you up on the StreamYard. We just have to tweak your audio so that way it doesn't knock out the background noise, because otherwise it just like garbles.
I don't know if that parabolic mic will play as we're recording it. That might be a way to get the sound.
What's that?
That parabolic microphone. If we could somehow get that to hook into where we could actually hear the people.
Well, and I thought that it could, but apparently it doesn't. I mean, theoretically, you should be able to open that thing up and change the jack to an auxiliary jack, and the auxiliary jack will still run headphones but you'll be able to hook it, and it'll be able to take information back and forth. Theoretically, I don't know if there's actually any like electronical changes that need to happen on the circuit board, because I'm not that smart. So, or we can just go look one up that already has an aux in it and buy a new one for
Right,
when we get up the
right.
cash.
I've been looking at new ones.
I've always wanted one. Yeah. Well, I've been looking at some new stuff here once I start getting back up on my feet, upgrading some of my stuff as well. Out here is going to be a bitch to cop watch. I'm telling you, like no radio, no nothing. It's going to be a bitch. I need a lot of gas money. Speaking of gas money, we're gonna have a little word here. If you're in that area and you have a non-emergency medical transportation need, please call Amen Ride LLC. Again, the number is 719-877-2281. Give them a call. They'll give you a lift to wherever you need to go. Oh, and it's free with Medicaid. That was just a little word from the sponsor. Hey, did you see our other sponsors, Vern?
I did not.
Oh, here.
You must be Jack.
How do you do, Mr. Britton?
No. Call me Pete. Come on in. Honey, Jack's here.
I'll be down in a sec.
She'll be down in a sec. So Jack, the infamous Jack, we finally meet. How awesome is that?
Pretty great.
Right. So, do you want a Dick Cider?
What?
I said, how about a Dick Cider? Jack, it's no big deal. You act like you've never had a Dick Cider before.
Hey, Jack.
Honey, apparently Jack here has never had a Dick Cider. You remember your first, don't you, sweetie?
Yeah, it's good.
So good. Let's give him one.
Okay, but can we make it quick?
Absolutely. Lucky boy, Jack. You're going to get your first one tonight. All right!
You can't blame a guy for getting excited about a Dick Cider.
Greg, you're home.
I couldn't miss Christmas.
No one else is up yet.
I know how to get them up.
Is that Togler's?
Greg! Merry Christmas, Mom.
The best way to wake and bake.
Togler's.
So that was a word from our sponsors there.
There you go.
I'm telling you, Vern.
Yeah, it is Colorado.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm just saying, man, it's been a crazy year. I mean, we've gone from this, you know. We've gone
Yeah,
from that.
we're to where Derek gets fired.
Right?
Which is amazing that Virgil would quit right after that. Who would have thought?
Well, and then like we spent how long without any utility workers, and the girls doing all the. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was Adam. Adam was doing all that work back then. He became the utility workers and everything back then. I mean, we had Adam.
Well, technically, we haven't had a utility worker since Virgil.
Well, technically.
Daylight come and you go home. Work all night on the drink our rum.
Technically,
that's the one who's in charge of the town right now.
I'm just saying, like, technically. Technically. And you know, you think that.
Hey, I'm on vacation. If you don't like a life, then you should go and change it. Hey, I'm on vacation. Everything will do, cause I love my occupation. Hey, I'm on vacation. Everything will do, everything will do.
I think they're on vacation too.
Hey, I did design that new sticker that you guys asked for.
Oh, what's that? What's the new
welcome to Aguilar. You can't make this shit up.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to send me a picture of that so we can change our avatars.
Well, now I've got it here on the computer. Let's see if I could get it to where you can see it. I haven't cut one yet, but I think I've done a pretty good job on Tyra's face.
Well, and we'll bring that back up. You know, don't forget, you can't spell tyrant without Tyra stickers, now available through Vern and Good Citizen. And as you heard, he is working on a new one. Welcome to Aguilar. You can't make this shit up. I do believe that the citizens should like adopt that as a temporary saying for the town. It's very appropriate.
Very
appropriate. But yeah, man, like kind of crazy stuff to go from, you know, sitting there at our first meeting ever to seeing Derek get fired. And then, you know, you can't hear him, whatnot, so forth. And to today. I mean, really, how much has changed? Other that we've had a couple more people step up and be willing to be heard and be seen because they're not afraid of the retaliation anymore.
Yeah, and we did have a letter to the editor here recently, so, you know, things are getting better.
Well, and I brought that up at the very beginning, and for all the new people coming in, I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to comments right now because I'm dealing with a little slideshows here. This letter came into play here. I'll give it a minute. Let me take down the banner so everybody can read it fully, and then I'll switch over to the other half of this. Tyra is out there just again with her lip service and whatnot and so forth. I think Betty liked that stuff. Brandon, great to see you. Thank you very much for the likes. But yeah, just pretty much lip service about that letter to the editor in the Chronicle.
Can you see the
Have
sticker?
you read this letter, Vern? Hold on one second. Let's bring it down. Let's bring this down because he's not paying attention to the screen here. Hold on. And then we'll bring him up. Full screen here. Solo layout. Bow. It's all right. I don't know. I think the face sets it off. I don't think the face is going to come out right when it cuts.
Yeah, it looks more like Meatloaf than her, but
right. That's what I was going to say. It looked like Meatloaf. It kind of looked like Meatloaf. You might want to just take the face out and I don't know. What does she drive? Just no, we can't put that in there. That's copyright. I don't know. Just make the sticker, man. Like, you know, just make it a nice sticker. You can't, you know, welcome to Aguilar. Can't make this shit up. I think the face just takes away from it because it's not going to cut right.
yeah, well, I used one of the old pictures when she was a little chunkier and younger. Okay, the
bring up that other half.
Yeah, I'm going to drop into that. And she's encouraging us to come in and get information. And it says, I encourage you to visit the town of Aguilar. A website, but I'm gonna go on in and talk to her today.
Well, like she says in here, you know, if anybody has any questions, they can give her a call, or come down to the town and talk to her, or, you know, or just go to their website. It's got all the accurate, up to date information on there.
But here's the line that really gets to me: false information and rumors can lead to misunderstanding, confusion, and even harm to individuals. Now, the false information is coming from her, and what harm to individuals? Is that a veiled threat?
Right?
To me, that's the way I see it. You know, what harm? We have never, no one that's involved with anything on this side of the argument has made any threat, has tried to run anyone over, has tried to pull anyone out of their vehicle.
Go ahead,
Yep.
Vern.
Yeah, it's amazing that we're not the ones who are violent. It's actually them who's violent. And she actually, whoever wrote this, they're basically saying that they will harm individuals. The way that I read it, anyway, I see it as a threat.
Well, I mean, we've already established that they're threatened by us. I mean, when they go to the extent of throwing rocks at you in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, I mean, literal throwing rocks at you in the middle of the fucking night. Like, come on, that's unheard of. I've never heard of a mayor throwing rocks at anybody. But again, because we didn't get him like directly on camera, the only thing that we could say is that we think it's him. We speculate that it's him. Not that we're stupid or anything. I mean, we can put two and two together. You know, there was only so many people outside at that point in time, and I can tell you the little tongue lashing that I got from his neighbor about his dog, and then the tongue lashing I gave him back. I don't see that guy throwing rocks at me.
And I'm just trying to run you over.
No, he won't even. Well, no, that was a different neighbor. That was the one past him, past the imaginary no trespassing fucking fence on the county road there. Yeah, that was that neighbor that tried to run me over. But yeah, man, like the craziest shit. They've proven time and time again that they'd much rather be violent than change their ways. Brandon, you know, I hope I don't dox you here. I mean, at least you're north of where you are. But was that the same one where the cops raided that small little newspaper? This one here, I'm just going to play the audio.
Tonight, ABC News has obtained video of police raiding a small-town Kansas newspaper. The incident raising First Amendment questions. At issue, a tip a reporter received about a story the paper never published. Authorities are defending the raid. Tonight, the newspaper says its 98-year-old co-owner died one day after the raid because of the stress she suffered. More now from ABC's Faith Abube.
You want to snap a picture of that password right there?
Tonight, ABC News has obtained dramatic new surveillance video of a small-town Kansas police force raiding the newsroom of the Marion County Record. Now, the heart of a battle over the First Amendment.
You can afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you.
Officers reading a reporter her rights, snapping photographs, and taking away computers.
It's everything you've ever heard in the third world. It really is like we're living in Stalinist Russia or Nazi Germany or Vladimir Putin's Russia.
Eric Meyer co-owns the paper with his 98-year-old mother, whose home of 70 years, he says, was also raided Friday. He tells ABC News she died on Saturday, one day after the raid, saying she was too stressed to sleep or eat.
She spent 8 hours a week working for us, putting together a column of memories. How dare they take the last day of her life and make her filled with fear and anger.
At issue, Meyer says, is a tip one of his reporters received about a local business owner accused of driving illegally. They decided not to publish the story.
We notified the police that they'd told us this. They never responded. The person who was the target of this then falsely accused us of illegally obtaining the information.
That prompted a search warrant, though federal laws protect journalists from search and seizures and instead require a subpoena. But the chief of the Marion Police Department says in a statement, there are exceptions, like, quote, when there is reason to believe the journalist is taking part in the underlying wrongdoing.
Do you see the excuses that get made up about and these are like real journalists. They've got a newspaper, an accredited newspaper in this town that's been around for I don't know how many goddamn years, and this is how they got treated. Why? Why was the initial reason? Did anybody pick it out? Because somebody higher up in the administration was driving illegally. Do you know how many times we've caught Mark driving drunk?
Well, another recent one is a 14-year-old girl here driving without a license who is a reckless driver. But she's related to the right people, so until somebody gets run over or have to pay their own bills because the administrator doesn't have any real money, she rents a trailer.
That we know of, Vern. She might be stashing it. You never know. Like, it could be just be sitting back there as a windfall for when she disappears like the last person did.
Yeah, there was a story about a mayor or a councilman here not long ago that took $400,000 out of a bank account to protect the town. So we know it's possible.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, it's definitely possible. I mean, it's definitely possible. And I brought that up earlier. Hold on one second. I can bring that up right now. Wow, Boone's had a lot of crazy stuff happening here. I am actually surprised to see the amount that is on amount of news that's on this little town here in Colorado that's only got 250 fucking residents in it.
And 400,000 in the bank.
Well, they had 400,000 in the bank.
So that nice lady took it so that they didn't misuse it.
Right? There we go. It's this one.
A small town in Pueblo County can't pay its bills right now. The town of Boone hasn't paid its employees and is facing thousands of dollars in late fees.
13 Investigates has learned the former mayor closed the town's bank accounts before resigning. Investigative reporter Quinn Ritzdorf is in Boone to explain what he's uncovered about the small town's financial turmoil.
$400,000. That's how much money the former Boone mayor tells me she drained out of the town's bank accounts before resigning. And town employees still haven't been paid, and the town owes about $14,000 in overpaid bills as of this afternoon. It all started back in July. That's when the mayor of Boone at the time, Rita Rhodes, was locked out of town hall in what she describes as a hostile takeover. The day she quit, she headed straight to the bank, closing the town's accounts and withdrawing more than $400,000. Rhodes was mayor in Boone for just 5 months. During that time, Boone taxpayers claim she didn't follow town rules and demanded her resignation. In a text to an employee in July, Rhodes says she couldn't stand it anymore and was no longer mayor. That's when she tells 13 Investigates she emptied the town's.
Now, I'm going to bring up something here about this. It was the citizens. It wasn't the council. It was the people in the town that didn't like what the mayor was doing and was calling for the resignation of the mayor. Wasn't the council, wasn't their board. It was the citizens of Boone that called for the resignation of the mayor. And what does the mayor do? Because she can't take it and she resigns, she goes and empties their bank account. Really?
Bank accounts. Former Mayor Rhodes says the withdrawals were in 3 checks made out to the town of Boone because she was worried that taxpayer money was being misappropriated. She says she never took any money and did it to protect the town.
It was at the best interest of the town, because I will guarantee if that wasn't out to the town of Boone and that wait period wasn't there, that money would not be there.
The current mayor, Crystal Breckenridge, says she never misappropriated funds, but that the town does have a history of not paying bills, even closing a water account. After Rhodes closed the town's bank accounts, Breckenridge says the town couldn't pay its bills.
We've got collections now for several accounts that weren't paid. Wow. So it's kind of stopped the town from being able to pay their bills because we have no checks or anything.
Just yesterday, the town of Boone opened a new bank account.
Not that they paid their bills to begin with, but now they definitely can't pay their bills.
And the current mayor tells me they hope to start making payments on those overdue bills starting tomorrow. Reporting in Boone, Quinn Ritzdorf, 13 Investigate.
So, I mean, it sounds a lot like how the administration acts in Aguilar. I mean, it sounds a lot like it. I'm just waiting to see what happens because, you know, all of the accounts are in Tyra's name. That's why I said maybe they're just sitting, maybe they're sitting in that supposedly closed account that somehow somebody got the checks to.
Hey, I just got an email you'd be interested in.
Yeah?
This has to do with the letter that Tyra just put out on the water and how everything's all good. This is from Frank Larson, he's a compliance specialist on drinking water compliance and enforcement. And it says, hello, the town will remain under enforcement until the significant deficiencies have been resolved and all other components of the enforcement order have been addressed. The town has not incurred any new or additional violations since November of 2020. So she says all this took care of, and I'm sitting here with an email from today from the compliance guy and saying, no, we are still in violation. So if anyone called her a liar, it wouldn't be slander, would it?
Well, I mean, we've already proven it.
Time
and time again. I mean, she answers all of our FOIA requests and core requests, and she answers all those. And John Tracy, you're absolutely right. What happened to the 400K of public money? What happened to it? I have not been able to find a follow-up to this story at all here, and she has not been arrested for taking that money. Where is that money? I mean, the only thing that I can think of is like she took that money, she put it into another account, and she's not touching it, and the courts know about it, right? And they're monitoring it. But if not, then where did all that money go, and what's happening with that money, and what's happening with the mayor that took the money? I mean, isn't that stealing? I mean, she pretty much stole from the fucking town. Am I wrong?
No, and who would be responsible for the fines that they're getting for late payments?
Wife came in, asked me what I want for lunch. It's lunchtime. You got to have your energy while you're talking shit, apparently, because that's all we do. We just talk shit. We're just a bunch of rumors. I mean, it doesn't help that we don't get any actual information, like she states, is all out there. It's all out there. Have you seen a budget? Have you seen a budget on the main website, Vern?
No, and the budgets that the town council get, they're not, you cannot read them and understand where money is actually going. It might have the name of a company and an amount, but there's no listing of what they did. There's, when checks are wrote to the town of Aguilar, And these are cash payments that they get cash that there's no accounting for. And Tyra, according to the town council, is authorized to write up to $1,000 a day in checks without question. So,
But rumor around town is that they're pretty much working off of IOUs. Like the girls in the office haven't gotten paid. Is that, well, I don't know if I can ask you that because you don't work for them. You're not a part of that council anymore. But rumor is that they're not even getting paid.
yeah, and that might be how come the rumor of the maintenance guy stealing money. You know, that might have been to get us paid.
You know, I've known a lot of different people in my lifetime, and I've known a few people that would not hesitate going to their work that they have worked for and put in hours and put in time and effort. Not that I've seen a lot of effort out of that guy, especially on Aguilar Day when he leaves the work truck just sitting there wide open for everybody to gain access to. Not that there was anything in there, but still, I mean, it's one of those older cars. They're easy to steal. Somebody could have stole it. Who cares, right? He's over there partying, you know, having a burger or two over at Joe Porris's family or whatever, his little gathering over there. And then we walk down the way and we find, what do we find? We find the garage door open in the back of town hall.
Yeah.
Wide open. Nobody in there. Nobody monitoring it except for the cameras. The cameras monitored it. But rumor mill also is that they, thank you, son. They also document, those cameras also documented that same person loading up air compressors, all types of different stuff into the back of the work truck. The gentleman ended up listing the stuff on sale sites like Facebook Marketplace, and the pictures were the stuff in the back of the work truck showing the work truck's license plate. And then that was taken down, and he had just ended up supposedly pawning this stuff to a pawn shop. And then he was supposedly, rumor mill is that he was caught stealing money out of Sarah's desk. and supposedly he got arrested on some old warrants that he had prior to his employment with them, which would have showed up in a background check if a background check was done.
Now, here's another supposedly, because that money in Sarah's desk was the money that people pay in for, like, their gas and water bills. A lot of people here will pay in, such as myself, that I'll call it in and use a debit card or credit card. And all of that information would have been with that money. So did he get our credit card information on top of $300? No one's talking about that.
Well, I never underestimate anybody. I really don't. Or at least I try not to. And I would say with the intelligence level of literally stealing shit right in front of camera, using the work truck to steal that shit right on camera, taking pictures of the work truck and the shit all together, and then posting them on the internet, and then stealing the money, I don't think he has the intelligence level to do anything with that information. I could be wrong, though.
Yeah, but you know what? People that's got money in their account or the credit card that's got a high limit on it. Last time me and the wife got hacked, we lost like $22,000. That took us about a month to get back. You know, so other than it being a real aggravation for people, it's, you know, it could possibly maybe somehow happen.
It could, and I fully accept that possibility that it could happen. Like I said, I try not to I try not to underestimate people, but it could happen. It could happen. I mean, I don't know. It could happen. I don't know about any of that stuff. I don't do that stuff, so I couldn't.
And I changed all my prescription numbers, you know, so that even if they did get mine, at least I took care of it. And anyone else in Aguilar, just be careful. Call your bank, call your credit card company, change your password, and watch your statement. Make sure no false charges are coming in.
Yeah, but that should be a normal thing. You should be keeping an eye on your finances anyway, seeing if there's any weird payments, because your card information can get taken from anywhere. My son over here has been working on some coding and working with some equipment and stuff, and I found out that he could just walk past you and get your credit card information.
Yeah, with the scanners.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it's kind of crazy the kind of technology that's out there. I mean, there's a little machine out there. If you have a car that's like a push button car, push start it, that works off an RFID chip, right? And there's a little machine out there that can A, unlock your car, and B, put the right frequency in there to start your car, and they can drive away without your key. And they don't even have to break the column. They still they drive away with a nice car. They get pulled over. Cops don't know no fucking better because it's a push button. There's no keys in the ignition. So
Right,
it's kind
you
of
can
crazy the
program-
amount of technology
yeah,
out there.
You could buy a fob for like $30 and then program it to whatever vehicle you want, basically.
To
And
an
on the
extent,
credit
yeah. If
card-
you had the same fob and you knew what the frequency is.
Right. And if on the credit card thing, if they walk past you with a scanner, if you got 3 or 4 credit cards that are next to each other, it jumbles the information on them. But still, you're right. People can get your information just by walking past you.
And for the people that are in here and you're still, you're newer to the whole Aguilar thing, and you keep hearing me reference a marshal tasing kids, and if it's actually true. Oh, it's actually true. It's actually true.
Donald, I don't think you and me have been formally introduced yet. My name's Stone Cold Steve Austin, and you're standing in my ring. If you're standing in my ring, what I say goes. Do you understand that? You don't have to answer that because I hope you understand that. That's a good-looking tie you got there. You doing okay? You look a little stiff. Glad to have you here. Lately, Donald, I've been seeing you on a little TV show, and the only thing you got to say is telling people you're fired. Let me tell you something. You're not going to tell Stone Cold Steve Austin he's fired because he don't work for you. He's never going to work for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think it's only fair that you give a man fair warning. So I'm going to break it down to you like this. Donald, in this ring, don't get under my skin. Don't rub me the wrong way. Don't ruffle my feathers. Basically, long story short, I'm telling you not to piss me off. Because
That was my message to Donald a while back, and it's still out there. I mean, the guy wants to throw rocks at me, so guy wants to throw rocks at me. But yes, it was actually documented that Mr. Walden decided he was going to take his taser to not only the teacher but the students of that class and that school.
And then it was quickly covered up.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what? I've got a protest thing to go to. It looks like I only got a couple of minutes to get there. If I pick up a signal, I'll get back in your show with you. Let you see what's going on.
That sounds awesome, Vern. We'll see you in a bit then.
All right. Bye.
All right. So sounds like it's 12 o'clock, and it's time for that protest to start down there. I don't know how many people have shown up. If Vern catches a signal, maybe we can get an eye. Hopefully there's a lot of people out there. If so, greatly appreciate it, regardless, whoever shows up, even if it's just 3 of you. Greatly appreciate you and your time. Again, there is a potluck tonight that they are holding. I do believe they're going to have hamburgers, hot dogs. Stop on your way home. Conversate with your fellow citizens. Talk about what can and should be changed about this town or the administration or whatever. Just period. Just talk to your neighbors, man. We seriously, in the, as a society, we've grown a lot apart. We don't talk to our neighbors like we used to. Hell, I'm right next door to somebody and I don't even talk to them. I say hey, they say hey, and that's it. Like, we don't conversate. They don't come over to the house. They don't invite us over to their house. Like, everybody is just so standoffish. We really need to start like talking to our neighbors, especially the people that live right around us, because that's how we find out information about our town. It's not always a newspaper. It's not always the cops. It's not always the internet. You usually hear it from your neighbor. And you usually get more reliable information from your neighbor than you will the newspaper or anything else. Yes, Betty, protest. Good Citizen Media and Vern and a few others have decided that they're going to go step out front of Town Hall and they're going to hold up a few signs. They're going to hold a nice little peaceful protest. They might make their voices heard, which is by their right. They can make their voices heard as long as it's peaceful. And peaceful doesn't mean quiet. So you got to go with the legal definition of that. As long as you're not inciting violence, throwing out threats, anything like that, you can say Aguilar sucks balls. You could say Tyra sucks balls. It doesn't matter. That's your freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want, just as long as it's not in a threatening or violent manner. It's still considered a peaceful protest. Let's see here. Let's bring this up, because this is the only footage that I could get, and we didn't even get it from Tyra. So this is the concrete tank, the one that we've been talking about for quite some time, the one that's up at the top of that hill that they kept running water to here recently, that supposedly didn't have a leak. This thing didn't have a leak. It was the citizens using the water. Oh wait, it was a leak, and it's the citizens using water. No wait, it's just a leak. The citizens weren't using water. They're just asking you to conserve your water. Even though they're charging some citizens for 10,000 gallons of water because their stuff is messed up. They don't want to reimburse you. Or they want to charge you full price for you not even being hooked up to the system. They're still going to bill you. But I mean, we're just going through some of the lies, because we want to bring up that, that a lot of this stuff that we have been saying, or the Chronicle is now covering, or the Gazette is covering, all of that shit is bullshit information. Bullshit information. It's lies, it's rumors. Don't believe it. Everything that you need to know is on Aguilar's website. You won't see this video on Aguilar's website, though.
This video documentation is being produced for the town of Aguilar by Midco Diving and Marine Services. Today's date is March 30th, 2019. The time now is 11:24 a.m. This is the concrete tank number 1. Prior to entering the reservoir, the diver and all equipment are disinfected with a minimum 200 parts per million chlorine solution per ANSI AWWA standards. While the diver is working the reservoir, he will reference his position with north, east, south, and west positions, with the point of entry or access hatch being the north position.
Now, yes, you saw that date correctly. This is from back in 2019. Now, again, normally they don't have their tanks cleaned, but every, I think it's 4 to 5 years that they have the tanks actually cleaned. And up until recently, with the leaks or people using the water or whatever the hell is going on, the multiple times that we've seen them dumping water out of fire hydrants, I mean, you name it, they've had so many water problems, including the shit pond that isn't even fucking agitating or anything. Like, that machine's screwed. Yeah, this is the most, I think this is the most recent version I've got. We'll go through later. I'll go and check later. But let's watch this one and see how this tank looks back in 2019.
During the entire diving operation, any discrepancies found in the reservoir will be documented on this video as well as the inspection report. All discrepancies will be reviewed during the final video inspection. The diver today is Cody Burmeister, the tender is Max McKinney, and the surface controller is Jacob Morgan. We will now pause the video as the diver enters the water. We're back on that one, diver. He's reached bottom and started the cleaning process. Go ahead, diver.
Roger. Looks like iron manganese down here. Just a skiff of it. It's got a little bit of sand in it. And I did see, as I got into the tank, there's water dripping from the ceiling. And we just had precipitation this morning, so I know that the ceiling leaks.
Now, they have sand in there. They have water dripping from the ceiling back in 2019. And we've heard as of recently the same complaints in 2023. What that letter that I put up just a few minutes ago is stating is that all of those repairs have been done finally to that tank. And now they are in compliance, and they're going to apply for more DOLA funding to do some other stuff.
As you can see here, there's small.
Diver, that could also be condensation inside of the tank, being that it's warmer in there and colder outside.
Roger. There is falling from the ceiling. It looks like 10 feet, say 15 feet from the north wall, 10 feet from the west wall. Make note of that. We'll look at the ceiling there later. With that, I'm going to keep moving along with the cleaning.
Just some sand, that's all. And you know this, as he's going through and he's cleaning, you can see all the little ripples in that liner, which means it's bunching up. That liner should not have that amount of ripple in it. If it's got that amount of ripple in it, that means that the liner is compromised and water has gotten behind that liner and shifted it. The liner should have been replaced. From what I'm hearing is that it was only patched where it was torn. In this video, you see where it's torn. It's been torn since 2019. Water has been getting sucked up behind that liner. What happens to water that gets into an area and just sits and doesn't move? It turns pretty stagnant. That's when bacteria, that's when mold starts to form, regardless whether it's in water or not, because you have it in a confined space. It's not being agitated, it's not being moved around, it's just sitting there. And then these guys come in, they move it, they move the liner, and then that stuff goes into your water. Granted, when you look at it on a size scale, you would think, oh, well, that shouldn't do much to you. You're right, it shouldn't. Maybe. Who knows? Because who knows what's sitting behind there? We do know that the big tank, the green tank, the other tank, has rust. You can literally see rust inside where it's exposed to the water. You go to the hospital to get a tetanus shot when you step on something rusty, correct? What happens when your water system is just sitting in all that shit and just soaking it up nonstop? Would it affect it then? I think it would. Kind of crazy, right? All that nastiness in there. Not knowing exactly what that nastiness is. It's probably just a bunch of sediment sitting down there. But it's been sitting in there for 4 years. Four years. And then they finally cleaned it. They admitted in here that there's concrete coming down from the ceiling. Granted, it could have been condensation from the inside. But as we saw from the outside, it was snowing outside. So how hot realistically would it be? Is that thing heated? Is that water heated so that way it doesn't freeze? Or does the insulation keep a lot of the heat in there? Just wondering how all that works too. But the water's good. The water's fine. Don't worry about the water. Everything will be okay. Now, granted, I don't think anybody's had any bacterial issues like E. coli or anything like that. But there have been a lot of health issues in this town. And nobody knows what they can relate it to other than the water. There has been plenty of notices from the state water department not to drink or use the water. So when is the water going to get fixed? When is that issue going to get fixed? They said it's fixed. Now what? Because the only thing that I've seen is the divers go up there. The only thing anybody that I talk to has seen is a truck go out, like nothing like major heavy duty. And the last time that we had Virgil talk to us, Virgil said that thing was about ready to collapse. If you put your like full weight on it and walked around, there was some real soft spots on a concrete ceiling. And they just repaired it. You had a guy saying that he wouldn't trust his own weight on the top of that thing. And it's just repaired. You didn't take the top off. You didn't put a new top on. You didn't put new sections of a top on. You just repaired it. Just repaired it. It's all good now. Don't worry about the water. Water's good. Water's clear. I haven't seen Tyra drink the water. I saw JP drink the water, but we've also seen JP. Dave! Dave! But JP has also redeemed himself with us. JP has shown that now he understands what's going on and who is running the fucking strings. I would say JP has had to deal with a little bit of retaliation. Unfortunately, that's just because he's connected with somebody that's in that administration. If everybody was wondering what this was, I was doing a little sign language. That means quat. Quat. The wife just came in and she looked at me and she's like, "Why are you yelling?"
Yep.
Well, I was talking about JP and Dave.
Because our boy thought you were yelling for him.
Oh, no.
Getting up, I was like, I'm pretty sure he's not yelling for you.
No, I was yelling for Dave. You remember back when JP yelled for Dave? Yeah, Dave. Anyways.
Just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Sorry to bug you. Get a little loud sometimes. Sometimes.
I love you, Dad.
Love you too. So again, back to it. JP has actually redeemed himself. He understands now. He understands why and what and who and what's going on. I'm not going to say that he's working with us, but I'm not going to say he is. Or you know what I'm saying? I'm still talking to Donald. That's how I found out about the whole guy going to jail and only getting charged with his warrants, because Donald is working with me too. I'm just saying. Donald doesn't like this administration either. He would like it shut down, but he's got to play the part because Tyra's got his balls in her hand, and she'll squeeze them when she needs to. Don't forget, you can't spell tyrant without Tyra. But again, round and round we go. Where we stop, I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody knows. When is it going to stop? When is the bullshit going to stop? When is the town going to stop going against the town? Because, this stuff isn't like, town business is not public's business. What the town does, the public doesn't need to know. One of my favorite quotes ever from one of the meetings that we've ever held. That is not town's business. This is not town's business. Well, if it's not town business, then I don't think the people should have to pay the town for anything. Because if they're not technically being involved, they're not technically being included, why should you have to pay money to them? Why? Because they provide you a service that they could take away, that they won't get taken away on their own account? They have the anonymity they have the immunity to be able to not pay their bills and say, that's not what I owe. I'm only paying this and you can eat it and not have to worry about getting shut off. You, on the other hand, you can't do that. You need your water. As shitty as it is, you need your water. People need to shower. People need to shave. People need to shit. I don't know exactly how many people actually use that water to cook with. But I mean, when that's all you've got to deal with, that's all you've got to deal with. I mean, we have brought it out. We have brought out fact after fact after fact after fact. I don't know how much more that we have to bring out, because, the speculations come from an administration that does not want to answer to the citizens. The citizens, therefore, have to speculate that they're taking half the city's money and putting it in their pocket. You can clearly speculate that. Why? Because you don't see a report. You don't see a budget report. You don't see what's coming in, who's paid what, what's going out, who paid who. You have a gas bill that isn't getting paid properly on time. I am still getting those, by the way, Tyra. I don't need to ask you for information. I can go to other places and get my information. You're still not paying your bill in full. So why aren't you shut down? Because that affects the citizens. Does Walsenburg want that PR? Fuck no. And you know it. And you're taking advantage of the situation. I love how people that, have a higher reach than most can get away with the most fucking crime. Some Joe Blow down the street can't fight with his fucking girlfriend without going to fucking jail. But you guys can get away with pretty much fucking murder, and that kills me. I myself don't understand why there's not more citizens pissed off. Because maybe it's the fact that you get away with murder. Maybe it's the fact that you get away with all the stupid bullshit that fucking puts your citizens further and further and further into a hole. You have citizens there that don't even have fucking water right now because the infrastructure is so fucked. And they're having issues paying the people to get the job done. Where that work is happening, I don't know, because I drove all over that fucking city and I have not seen not one bit of fucking area that has been dug up to change pipes. But I'm hearing all types of estimations and whatnot and so forth. Is this work happening outside of the town, outside of you? Because I'm getting multiple reports that people there haven't seen any work done either. But I'm also getting reports that people don't have water, and that's not their fault. They're still paying the bill. And they're getting a full bill for no water. You've got people getting a bill for 10,000 gallons of water usage for months straight. And it was proven that it was the city's fault, not the person's fault. Did they get reimbursed? Fuck no. Nope. No credit, no nothing. And I know because that person kept their bills. Issue was fixed. She started getting charged normal rate. No reimbursement on any of those bills. It sucks when you've got citizens that, actually keep their records. Doesn't it, Tyra? And guess what? There's just more than just one of those. More and more. Me and Good Citizen, hear the fucking stories. More and more. And every single time, the end result is the same. Please don't post my fucking story because they're going to know who the fuck I am and I don't want the retaliation. Well, you know what? I think the retaliation needs to start coming from you, not from them. They need to be afraid of your retaliation. You don't need to be afraid of them. They're working with they're on stubs right now. They have no fucking clue what to do. They're running in circles. They're trying to sit there and put bullshit out there and expect people to believe it. I myself am tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of getting the runaround. I'm tired of not having my request answered. I'm tired of being called a liar or a criminal. Hey, Tyra, I've got a clean record. You want to do a background check on me? I can pass a background check. You don't have to worry about me getting picked up for warrants. I can do stuff. I actually know about plumbing too. I've done a lot of jobs in my life. You know, just because I'm one of those people that can't do the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over. It's getting tedious. Like, I do a job for a year. If it's the same thing over and over again, I'm out. I go and I change. I do something different. I've been a plumber. I've been an electrician. I've been a tow truck driver. I've been a septic worker. I've been a burger guy. I've worked for movie theaters. I mean, I've done a lot of fucking shit in my life. Most people would look at me and go, nah, there's no way he could work that amount of jobs. There is if you only work them for about 4 or 5 months and you get tired of them and then you move on to the next job. Especially when you don't care about money yourself. I mean, as long as I have enough money to provide a roof for my family, we have food in the fridge for my kids. It's not even about me. It's about my kids and my family. As long as they're provided for and I have absolutely no money, I'm happy. I'm pissed because, you know, I can't go driving around. I can't go cop watching. I can't do this. I can't do that. But at least my main responsibilities are taken care of. My family is happy. That makes me happy. I can give a shit about money. I can give a shit about a job. I could give a shit about any of that. As long as my family is fucking taken care of, I'm happy. But I gotta have something to do with my time. So, you know, I look into, you know, different tyrants from police to Tyra, and, you know, I have some fun and I bring it out into the open because I feel that everybody should know what's going on. Because even though I'm happy with where my situation is, I also like to know what's going on around me. I like to know what's going on around in my town, my locally, as far as police and the administration is concerned. What kind of, you know, programs are out there to help people and whatnot and so forth. I mean, there's a lot of outreach that me, good citizen, a lot of these other auditors, cop watchers, or whatever, you know, we put a lot of outreach out there. Nobody sees it. You know, a lot of that stuff doesn't end up on camera. It doesn't end up live. But a lot of us put a lot of work out there to try and help people. You know, a lot of people will be like, well, you're doing it for the content. You're doing it to get paid. Well, look at me. I'm not getting paid off of YouTube. I'm not even getting paid off of Rumble. I'm not getting paid off of anybody. I don't collect donations. My PayPal isn't out there. Nothing. I have put almost a year and a half worth of work into Aguilar and the corruption and the bullshit that has gone on in Aguilar. And it's time it stops. It's time it stops. I mean, it's getting repetitive. I've got new people to go and fuck with. I mean, we've got Jake Six and his whole TV crew over there ready to go. I mean, they've got the names for TV, and, you know, Jake, I mean, he's ready. I gotta say, this guy right here, this guy's ready. And, you know, when I contacted him and I was like, yo, man, I think that we're going to start covering you and we're going to get out of Aguilar and shit. He didn't like that shit too much. He didn't like that shit too much. He told us, that's what he told us. Because believe it or not, people all the way out there in Bent, Denver, all the surrounding areas have been hitting us up. Hey, come over here. We need you to shake shit up over here. We don't like what's going on over here. Bent County has had their administrator on leave because she wants to do the right thing. I mean, hell, I've been there. I've been there with Amazon. Amazon didn't like me for one point, and they had me sitting home on pay. I wouldn't mind sitting my ass home on pay and not having to do anything. I mean, I think that administrator, she's got it kind of good right now, and it's, you know, she got taken down because she wants to do the right thing. She wants to bring and kick out the corrupt people in that administration, like Linda Moss. And the fact that they think that they can create their own laws, just like Aguilar. They think that they can create their own Cora regulations and that you have to do it this way and you're gonna get charged. Benton County needs some attention right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, and we've got people out there that are stepping up, and we're not even out there yet. We're not doing anything. We've poked at them a little bit. We've been talking behind the scenes. Hell, you haven't even really seen any videos on it. The most you've seen is us talking about Jake 6, posting a few pictures, talking about the week-long jail escape from the 4 inmates that were gone for a week straight, and the only time they found out that they were gone is when one of the inmates was overdosing and called for help, and then identified as an escaped inmate from Benton County. That is when Sir Jake 6 and his clever crew over there that are working in the correctional facility over there finally found out that they were gone. I mean, is it just me? Does everything take like forever? Because you know that thing about Boone, we heard the woman take the money. It's been 2 weeks, and I can't. If anybody, please, can find the information, like if the prior mayor got arrested for taking that money, if you can find any follow-up information on that, please tell me. Because I love how they covered that she took the money, but nothing happened to her. We got a few people in here. I've been ranting and I haven't been paying attention. Gail, great to see you. Protest is going on now. It's starting out now, Gail. It's starting out now. Right, Chad? Thank you. I mean, it's a never-ending battle here, Chad. I mean, it's a daily thing where something in Aguilar is getting fucked up, it seems. I mean, it's like there's something new every day, but it's the same old shit. Right? Oh, Gail, they said the potluck is at 5. The potluck is at 5 for everybody that didn't get a chance to make it to the protest. Okay, so new people in here. I'm going to re-bring this up. New people in here. There is a protest going on right now till about 3 o'clock in front of the town hall in Aguilar. Doesn't matter how many people show up. Could just be 3, 2, doesn't matter. Show up. Show up, make your voice heard. Even for 5 minutes, make your voice heard. If you can't do it because it's a work day, and we understand it's a work day, I mean, hell, I'm at the point where there is no weekend anymore. Every day is a work day for somebody. You know what I'm saying? So we have a potluck, or they have a potluck. They're setting up a potluck at 5 o'clock today. Go down there, talk to your fellow citizens, or, you know, even if you're just in the surrounding area, come in and figure out what's going on if you're just as confused as I am, and I've been covering it for a year and a half. Just come on in. Talk to each other. Hell, maybe Joe or the other council members, the mayor, Tyra, Sarah, Stephanie, I'm not including Mark anymore, the mayor's wife, maybe they might come out and actually talk to the citizens and actually listen to them. And listen to their concerns. Because that's all the citizens are asking for. They're asking to be listened to. That's it. They just want to be listened to by the administration that is supposed to be for them. And they feel that it's not for them. Betty, I would love to give you some live feed, but I don't have anybody. Oh, well, hold on. Let's do this. I'm gonna put this in here, and Betty, Gail, if you guys want to come up, you guys chat, anybody wants to come up and give me your opinion on this situation of what you know about it. Give it a different point of view, because I'm pretty sure people are, again, tired of the repetition of just hearing my voice bitch about this shit. Not only Good Citizen, but Vern. You know? Like, I would like to hear some of the other citizens come up here. If you haven't done StreamYards before, click the link. Allow everything. StreamYards won't do anything to your devices or anything. Just allow everything. Come on up. Make your voice heard. You can protest here. If you can't make it in person, come up here. Make your voice heard here. From what I hear, I'm being put on the radio live at the protest. I am broadcasting live in front of Town Hall, and I'm not even there. I asked Donald. He said she passed away. I must have mentioned something. Who passed away, Gail? I'm kind of with Betty on that one. Oh, the lady that stole the money from Aguilar. Oh, okay. So again, if you're just catching up, we had talked about when we first walked into Aguilar, and I was hearing stories about Tyra's predecessor, the one that was there before her. Apparently there was a DOLA grant, or a grant of some sort, for the augmentation pond. They had gotten the money, and the money in that person had disappeared, but only to a different jurisdiction in Colorado, and was never arrested, nothing. Very similar to what the mayor did, except she wasn't the mayor. I think she was the administrator or the clerk at the time, and she took off with the money. So, kind of funny. Or was she the ex-mayor? See? You get like 10 different versions, but all the stories come out the same. Just kidding. Oh, I'm just saying. But the craziness that happens there, the craziness of, you know, the fact that we went from an administration that would somewhat listen to you to pretty much they're just going to take away your freedom of speech. Nope. You can't speak. You can't talk on it. Oh, that's right. That one's not on mine. All right. I got to move spots here, because I have been looking for that video as we've been speaking and as I've been ranting, and I thought that it was on mine, but unfortunately it is not. Because I'm going to bring up the latest one, as far as, you know, the one that never happened. And that's because, you know, the town member, the members, the citizens of the town, they run amok. They've been running wild for way too damn long. You can't have these people running wild like that, you know, always messing up the meetings, and just, you can't have it. Aguilar Day. I do believe this was it. Oh, I should have it on mine. Oh, that's why. Because it's live. It was live.
No, I don't.
Hey, Gail, how are you?
I'm good. You know, there's Betty had mentioned something. Whoops, feedback.
You got some feedback?
Yeah. Let me see what I can do about it. Yeah, I do.
Hold on. How about now?
I think I'm
You
better.
good now or still?
I think I'm okay.
All right. Go ahead and try.
No, I still have it. I still have feedback. Sorry.
Oh. Are you on two different things? Are you on your computer and your
No, just my
phone?
phone. No, just my
Just
phone.
your phone. All right. Still got feedback?
I'm afraid to talk. Mm,
Go ahead, try it.
yeah, I just got it back. I'm gonna go down and come back up. Maybe. That sounded right.
And I was muted. And there's Vern. We got some
Right
live
there.
coverage. We got some live coverage here. Anybody show up? Got one sign there.
No, it's still early. We really weren't planning this till 1.
Yeah, but I told 12 so it would get people out there. Damn it.
Well, Tyra went
But we
walking
also
off. Yeah, she hasn't come back yet.
well, she's working. She got stuff
Right?
she got to do.
Working on an early lunch.
Well, I mean, you got to figure people have lunch, whatnot, so forth. I mean, we really didn't expect a lot of people to show up, only for the simple fact that, yes, today is Friday. It's a weekday. Like, people have work. So, didn't expect a lot of people to show up for the protest, but I'm kind of hoping that people show up for the potluck, at least, to talk to each other and see what can be done about this administration through the citizens themselves. You know, maybe making a committee or something like that and getting together and taking over. Taking your government back like you're supposed to be able to.
And we're hearing that a lot more people will be here this afternoon. This earlier thing was just a couple of people are planning on showing up, having some watermelon, just chilling out, watching the town hall.
Right?
If you could see the
Hey, it's
town
still a
hall, it's
get together.
crumbling.
Still a get together. You know, even like I said, even if it's just 5 people that show up there, it's
Right.
5 people that showed up, had their voices heard. The administration knows that, you know, there's a lot of people angry, but the administration also knows that a lot of people are scared and won't speak up either.
Yeah, we did see the administrator's daughter drive by, and she's not driving.
And that's the
So
14-year-old
you
that's
see a
driving
window.
around, right?
Yeah, she got her boyfriend, I think it is, driving for her today. And
It
every
is
once in a
crumbling
while, that
inside it out.
window where the air conditioner is at, you'll see a face poke out in it.
All right. Oh, no doubt. They're looking. I'm pretty damn sure that they've had my show on for a little bit. They've been listening to the bullshit that's been coming out of my mouth. I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm almost definite sure that they've been watching my show because they definitely keep tabs on me and Good Citizen. And, you know, this whole show is to, you know, really just drive in the point. I am going to sound very redundant, and I'm just going to keep repeating that I expect a lot of people to not only show up for the potluck, but for the meeting on the 24th. I would like to see it, even if you don't have a chance to talk, because you already know that they're gonna start some sort of bullshit, and they're only going to accept so many speakers to speak, or some stupid bullshit like that. They're going to come up with some sort of rule. But at least you could show up. Hell, bring a sign. You don't have to say a word. Bringing a sign and holding it up
good old-fashioned
is just as good as fucking yelling at them. When they've got to sit up there, you know, they're sat up there, and the way that they have that thing arranged up there with the person in the middle, it's an intimidation tactic. Like, they're overseeing you when you're sitting there and you're talking. It's a completely different aspect. Well, it's a completely different aspect when you look at it from their angle, and you take a seat in their seat, because, you know, when you've got 50, even 40 to 50 people show up, and they've got signs sitting there staring you in the face, the only thing they can do is either look at the table or read your fucking sign. Make it a good one.
Here's like, can you see it?
Oh, I got to bring this up big. Hold on. I'm running underneath like 4 tabs here. Freedom is not free. It is not. Freedom is not free. You have to fight for that shit. There's men and women out there literally giving their lives for freedom, in the name of freedom, in the name of liberty.
And that's been a point of mine for a while.
Well, and do those words actually have any meaning for anybody anymore? Or have we gone into that whole people are just zombies doing their own little thing in their own little world until something affects them?
And that's a shame. You know, this really affects everyone here. And it's a shame that they know more about national politics than they do right outside your front door.
Right. I mean, if they won't listen to you when you open up your mouth, you know, there's other forms of protest. There's other ways to make them listen to you. And you don't have to fear retaliation. You can learn those ways if you come on down to the Aguilar Park at 5 o'clock for a potluck. Grab a hamburger, grab a hot dog. We're going to have a potluck. Talk to the citizens, and maybe come up with some more ways of fucking with the Aguilar administration and pissing them off and stressing them out even more, because apparently that's all we do other than lie.
This is amazing how this I went over that paper that you put up, the one that Tyra posted, the photo, and it actually says on there that someone could get hurt over this from the lies and the misconceptions, I believe.
Right.
And the only one that's been violent is them.
Right. So, again, you know, you go back into the wording of that letter and you actually read into it and you read between the lines. Is that an actual veiled threat towards citizens? Is that, I mean, I've had rocks literally fucking thrown at me, but I think, and I've been tried to get run over. Like, literally, dude almost hit me with his fucking truck, run me over. Wasn't no fucking joke. He wasn't no 5 fucking feet away from me. His fucking rear view mirror on his driver's side door clipped my fucking shoulder. That's how close he was.
Yeah, and I've been in
I
court several
understand.
times.
I understand retaliation. I understand fear. But when you let those people like that, get away with it with no accountability, what does that do? That just leaves it to the next person to have to deal with that person. You know, I think I finally figured it out, Vern. I think I finally had an epiphany.
Okay.
Okay, so you know how the bullies usually end up being cops, because if they don't be cops or if they're not in administration, you know, the kids back in high school, you know, in grade school, they end up being like cops, and they end up in like government positions because they don't want to lose that power over people.
Yep.
I think I'm that bullied fucking person that's like, fuck, I'm tired of the fucking bullies. Let's bring the bully down, because you can bring the fucking bully down. You don't have to literally punch him in the face. I mean,
Yeah,
I think
everything we've done is peaceful. You know, we've used the power of the pen. We've used conversations with people. We've used videos of them actually trying to harm us.
Well, you have the video of when Tyra put a hit out on me, but that's all fake. that's all lies, and you know these lies are going to get people hurt. You know, like really, like you're gonna tell me that after you put a fucking hit out on me?
And I got 9 different phone calls one night. I recorded 3 of them, and they were death threats made by an employee of the town. You know, and it's ridiculous. And even though we know who made the call, we recognize his voice. The sheriff's department gave us this dumbass answer of, well, we would have to do a voice analysis, and we don't have the money to do that. So we're not going to prosecute this.
Right? Give me
It's
one second.
amazing.
Let's have a little word. Let's have about 2 minutes from our sponsor here. I gotta go use the restroom and figure out why my dog is barking.
You must be Jack.
How do you do, Mr. Britton?
No. Call me Pete. Come on in. Honey, Jack's here.
I'll be down in a sec.
She'll be down in a sec. So Jack, the infamous Jack, we finally meet. How awesome is that?
Pretty great.
Right. So, do you want a Dick and Cider?
What?
I said, how about a Dick and Cider? Jack, it's no big deal. You act like you've never had a Dick and Cider before.
Hey, Jack.
Honey, apparently Jack here has never had a Dick and Cider. You remember your first, don't you, sweetie?
Yeah, it's good.
So good. Let's give him one.
Okay, but can we make it quick?
Absolutely. Lucky boy, Jack. You're going to get your first one tonight. All right!
You can't blame a guy for getting excited about a Dick and Cider.
Greg, you're home.
I couldn't miss Christmas.
No one else is up yet.
I know how to get them up.
Is that Togler's?
Greg! Merry Christmas, Mom.
The best way to wake and bake.
Toplers.
And also don't forget, if you're in the Aguilar area or the surrounding area and you need a non-emergency medical transportation, please call Amen Ride LLC 719-877-2281. It is also free with Medicaid. But back to the situation at hand, because, you know, I had to go check what was going on. Everything was okay. I just got a package. You know, we're back to the whole lying, bullshit, scamming crap that Aguilar administration, Tyra, Donald, Mark have been pulling. I don't consider Mark. Vern, do you think that Mark is like should be on the board anymore?
Well, if you learned how to read, maybe.
Not even about how to read. I mean, the guy has missed 7 meetings. I mean, you got a copy of that employee handbook, didn't you?
Yeah, and I got the people mixed up. I was talking about Donald, but yeah, you know what? People need to do something around here. This is crazy.
Well, I would consider Mark out of the picture, in my opinion, because as of the last meeting, he ended up walking out. He ended up walking out last meeting because he wasn't happy about what was going on, and I brought that up. So you know, let's continue to watch that here. You're stepping in.
I think we speak. We're talking about pay. They wouldn't give us a sign-in sheet, and everyone in here, you know what take that right away from us? We only have 3 minutes a month to redress our government. That's you people sitting right here. It did not go to a meeting where I heard any vote of the council saying that we could not speak to you. What we're gonna do, you're gonna have to call them or get on the agenda. No, I don't. Ben brought it up, I'm gonna announce it anyway. Our attorney advises that we don't have to have. And we don't believe you. We want your attorney here. Well, your attorney is wrong. It's a violation of First Amendment. Get your attorney here. Well, he'll be here, not tonight. Well, we don't believe what you tell us. They don't have to have a sign-in. Telling us that if anyone wants to be on the agenda, they have to submit 72 hours. No, you don't do that. I would say before we even go on with the meeting, that is what's going on with us so far. Now we want our attorney explain it to us. We here to speak. This did not go through the council. You guys made it up on your own.
Okay, we're going to pause it there. We're going to comment on this just a little bit before it actually started blowing up over here. You know, this is at the point where Vern was, you know, addressing the fact that there was no vote on this in front of the public, that they were going to take away the sign-in sheet and that you had to call 72 hours prior to a meeting. Now, Vern, there's a problem with that, isn't there?
Yeah, the big problem is you need to be put on the agenda to speak about something on the agenda, and they don't. We require 72 hours in advance to sign in, yet they don't post the agenda until 48 hours.
Right.
So we don't actually have a chance to do anything.
Right, and there's the problem. There's the catch-22. So even if you called them 72 hours prior to the meeting that you know is going to happen, they don't post the agenda until about 48 hours, which is about the same amount of time that these council members get to look at their paperwork, unless you're a part of the selected few that get to know what's going to be talked about before the meeting prior. And in my opinion, that can only work one way. That can only work one way.
I have a resident here who would love to speak to you. Oh, shit. Do you see her sign?
Hold on. Let me bring you up. I got to take this out. I got to bring you up. Oh, wrong one.
Can you see it there?
Read it to me, Vern. I can't see it.
All right. You sound like the mayor. We want accountability.
We want accountability. See, that was a pretty small sign there, Vern. I didn't even see it at the bottom. I thought it blended in with the truck.
Right. Well, she said it down whenever she got out. But let me see if I can get her to talk to you for a little bit.
Okay.
They're unloading the truck right now. So we have watermelon here. We have cold drinks.
Awesome. Watermelon, cold drinks. Anybody that can still make it to the protest, it is from now until 3 o'clock. So it's not going to be a very lengthy protest because they have to get set up for the potluck tonight. Is that good citizen?
That is.
Oh, look at him being a good citizen.
Give me some water, the yellow one. What's this?
This is a YouTube channel. This is
It's his channel.
Yeah.
Our channel.
You want to speak to him?
Who is it?
This one's
you
people.
Hi.
Okay. Hey. Hola.
How are you?
Which way do I hold it?
That's showing you.
Okay. I'm Esmeralda, Mrs. Katie.
Hi, Esmeralda. How are you today?
I'm okay. Just trying to get some justice in this place here, so I'm about to go hold my sign up.
Awesome. I love the sign, by the way. I love it.
Yeah, it's from Uvalde. I was over there when Uvalde happened, and we needed accountability for the cover-up they was trying to do.
Wow, you were out there for that? That was a crazy
we happened
scene.
to be. Yeah, we were there selling my mama's house, and we've been there 30 days when they killed all the children. And so we, instead of being there 3 months, we were there 6 months, and it took 6 weeks to bury 22 people.
Wow.
So I got involved there big time, but I've always been involved with water rights. You know, like those pipelines going through the reservations up there in North Dakota and all.
Right.
So are you going to come have hamburger and hot dog, or?
I unfortunately cannot make it tonight. I don't have the money to make it down there tonight. That's, unfortunate. Oh, she hit it out. Vern, she hit it out. She probably went to go and hear me. It was probably pretty windy out there. Vern will get back. Vern will see what happens. She'll touch. She touched the back button. Unfortunately, I'm not going to make it out there, though. If you're still watching, I'm not going to make it out there. I don't have the money to make it out there until I start work, which is next week. And then after that, I'll have some cash and I'll start making it back out there. But that's how it goes. I missed a few comments here. Westside, she says she wishes she could. Gregory was in here earlier. She says hello. GCN, she says hello. She says hello to everybody. Don't forget to go sub to Westside Accountability. Don't forget to go sub to Westside Accountability. Still, oh yeah. We'll bring it back to the meeting until he comes in. So we'll bring it back to this meeting here, and we were at the point where the mayor is pretty much telling everybody that their attorney is saying that, the people don't have to have a sign-up sheet there to address their government if they want to go up and speak. There is no public comment at a public meeting, is what the mayor is saying that the lawyer told them. They have to sign up 72 hours prior to a meeting. And if you don't know when that meeting is going to happen but the only time that you can sign up is if you want to talk about something that's on the agenda. And the only time that you know what's on the agenda is 48 hours prior to the meeting. So how are you supposed to sign up to address your government on a certain topic that is only specified by them earlier than what they put it out. Which in turn takes away the people's right to address their government. They can show up to the meeting. You guys can show up to the meeting and you can sit there silent. You can't say a word to them, but you can witness what they do. They just need witness to the bullshit that they pull. They need witnesses to that. So they just want you to show up so you can witness the bullshit that they pull. The augmentation pond that was supposed to be done 15 years ago. How about, have we heard anything about the ship pond getting fixed or the tractor being pulled out of the ship pond? How's that going along? Anybody volunteer to pull that tractor out of the ship pond yet? I mean, they said that they got the tank fixed. They got the tank fixed. So we should be able to hear next meeting that they got tank fixed and they're applying for all new grants to do what? Because they've already apparently already passed all that stuff before. From the last meeting that didn't happen, which was this meeting.
No, sorry, but that's what our attorney advised. Well, I'm just telling you what our attorney advised. Your attorney is wrong. I guess he's been at it for a long time, so I guess he knows what he's doing. What's his name? What's the sign emails? Or phone calls. If he's not available,
we want our 3 minutes to speak. You guys did not take a vote as council to do that. So what that means is what time made this rule up. This council did not vote on this.
anyway,
The council did not vote on this.
Anyways.
Your attorney's wrong. We get 3 minutes to speak.
They're gathering on the corner now, a couple of them.
We got better things to do than deal with the public. We're not gonna shut up until we get our 3 minutes.
We want our 3
You
minutes.
guys work for us. We voted you in.
You didn't vote her in. You didn't get voted in, did you?
She did. That's his wife.
Yeah.
Not like the time you accused me of disrupting the meeting. I will definitely disrupt it tonight.
Well.
We got Vern back. People are starting to gather on the corner. Good Citizen Media just walked by.
Well, not on,
We're here to talk and the council did not vote to not let us talk.
And you gave no previous notice.
we doing what our attorney advised.
Now that brings up another good question or statement. Do you really think their attorney would tell them not to notify the public that they have to sign in prior to that public meeting? Or did they take like the information the night before and say, okay, we'll run with it?
Well, another thing is they were talking at a town council meeting on something that wasn't on the agenda.
Well, yeah, but that's the next meeting. That's the special meeting that happened after this meeting because nothing gets done when they hold a public meeting. Nothing gets done, and it's all because of the public's fault. The public's fault is, what was that?
I said the public actually made them walk out instead of starting the meeting.
Well, apparently that's what we always do. Isn't it, Vern? Like every meeting that they have to walk out. Right?
They're there for the councilman. Now
you're roboting very bad, Vern. You might want to like switch over to like Wi-Fi or something, or move closer to the. If you're running off of like the library or something, you might want to move closer.
Okay, can you hear it now?
Yeah, you're good now. So, okay, go ahead and try and say what you said before because you were robot and bad.
Okay. I don't remember what I was saying.
I hate it when that happens. You have an idea and then it just goes away. It's kind of like this.
Oh, baby, give me one more chance to show you that I love you. Won't you please let me back in your heart? Oh, darling, I was nice to let you go. Let you go, baby. But now since I see you when it comes, I want you back.
That's how I feel. I want my memory back when it happens like that.
Right.
Yeah. No, but it's kind of crazy, man. I don't know where the. Go ahead.
Right.
I think there's a lag. Anyways, so you've got this administration who's taking advice from a lawyer that's telling them that basically there is no comment. They don't have to give up to public comment as far as any public comment, that it's got to be strictly for whatever's on the agenda, which still does not fix anything if somebody has an issue like a mayor throwing rocks at them or something. Like, that should be addressed with the council.
Which happens here.
Right. I mean, something like that should be addressed.
But more people are circling around. A few of them's coming by and honking their horn. But this is Aguilar afternoon, it's not a lot of people out.
Well, even if they just drive by and honk their horn, that's enough for support, and that, the girls in the office will be able to hear the horns. So, at least there is some support out there. Again, we weren't expecting a huge turnout for protests. This was pretty much done last minute. Not a lot of word has been put out on it, so it's not like we expected a lot. This is more for promotion on the potluck, to bring everybody out after work. Hell, maybe Joe and Sarah might bring out some cornhole fucking shit and, get some people into some cornhole and some talking and shit. Spend some time with each other, god damn it. I don't know, but yeah.
Maybe we could get some dick and cider.
Maybe you can get some dick and cider. I don't know, Vern.
I can't begin my day until I've had a dick and cider. There's nothing better than waking up to a good old dick and cider.
My girlfriend loves dick and cider. My sister came to stay with us for a month, and my husband couldn't go a day without the dick and cider.
My girlfriend loves a dick and cider.
My mum loves a dick and cider.
My sister loves to wake up in the morning with a dick and cider.
I'm a bit young, but I would love to try a dick and cider.
So there you have it. For over 150 years, Frederick von Dickens has developed a beverage that literally brings women to their knees. So fellas, for the sake of the economy, get a dick and cider.
Good stuff there.
Good stuff. All right, I'm closer to the library. Is this any better?
We hear you. You weren't breaking up too bad over there where you were over by Good Citizen either. So, I mean, you found a couple of good spots. I'm trying to hear what's going on in the background. What's going on in the background, Vern?
This is a shirt that I've been wearing for the last 2 years. It's made by F. Wear Cartel Chicago. That's what I really think. But when he's coming down, he did all kinds of bad things. My Republican relatives we listen to you. He was just so horrible.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's a hot subject for you.
Right? Well, Vern, we're 3 hours in. We're 3 hours in, Vern, and
Gentlemen trying to enter the town hall.
All you get what they want. They don't get out.
No handicap ramp. Rumbled upstairs. Uneven steps.
And that's just not even like a dent in what we've talked about. Like 3 hours into it, and we've covered a lot of stuff. And it's still not even a dent in what we've found out, what we've uncovered, what we've brought out to light. And, you know, more needs to be brought out.
From that black truck that you see there over to these bushes would be a perfect area for them to have handicap parking, except for the town clerk, the town administrator, and the assistant. And there's even a parking spot for the mayor, who is never, hardly ever here. And they block the handicap, so they have to walk from way over there where that red car is, instead of just being able to get out of the car and walk up the steps from there. That's how arrogant these people are.
Well, no, they expect you to park in front of the planter and then walk around the planter and all that other good stuff.
There's room for about half a car there before you're parked illegally. And then if you look at the fact that in the driveway you have to be 10 or 15 foot back anyway, then that whole thing is a no parking zone.
Yeah, but they have no code enforcement or marshal to like really enforce it. So does it really count?
Only if I do it.
Oh, fucking bird. Vern says he don't give no fucks no more.
I think I did post something like that. No fucks given here.
No fucks given there. Not whatsoever. I'm telling you. I had no clue what that was. I just clicked on it just for the fuck of it to see what it was. Like, he's taking stuff away and he's adding stuff like all the time. It's killing me over here.
I may not be good at sit-ups or push-ups, but fuck-ups. No, I'm good at those.
Yeah, definitely good at those. Definitely good at the fuck-ups. But the accountability never comes with the fuck-up. I don't understand. How does she get away with it, Vern?
The town council backs her for some reason. Well, we all know why, but all the power that the town council has been pushed over to her, to where it's a one-person rule in this town.
Well, with as many hats as she has on her, it pretty much is a one-person rule in this town.
It is.
I mean, the board meetings or the council meetings, in my opinion, are just a dog and pony show at this point in time. Tyra's going to do what the fuck she wants, and everybody's just going to submit. I'm really thinking that she's just the head of all this stuff at this point.
Yeah. That was
I used to give her. I used to give her the benefit of the doubt. And I used to say, okay, well, maybe it's Mark and it's Donald pulling the strings and whatnot and so forth. And yet, I mean, he has not said that he does not know how to read. If that makes any sense. Like, he hasn't denied the fact that he can't read. So if he can't read, he can't understand the shit. I don't think it's him pulling the strings. Mark is a pretty smart fucking guy on some aspects, but no, I'm still thinking that Tyra is pretty much the whole ringleader of all this bullshit and is more part of the corruption than anything else. I mean, she doesn't deny it. She does, but she denies it with lies. She tries to use an example that never even happened.
and that's common. I mean, I don't see how a town could have someone who steals money from the town and lies without a thought about it being wrong. You know, she'll just sit up there and the town council will blow it off and she walks away with $1,000 at a time.
Well, that and Sarah gets to take the brunt. Stephanie gets to take the brunt. I mean, they're the ones that are ending up as the shield for Tyra at this point. Tyra doesn't want to show up to meetings, so she puts her shield out there in front and has Sarah deal with it, because whatever Sarah does up there, now Sarah is accountable for. Same thing with Stephanie.
Well, she took off an hour and 20 minutes ago.
Who? Sarah?
On a 1 hour break.
Oh,
no,
Tyra. I highly doubt that.
She ain't coming back.
No, she's not coming back. In fact, if you probably drove around and went to her house, she's probably sitting at her house right now.
I wouldn't doubt it. Or on her way to Colorado Springs, I hear she got a friend.
Well, even with the friend, I don't know. I don't know if they're still friends or not, but I don't know. We haven't heard from that person in a while, even though we keep asking him to come back. You know, the invitation is always out there, Adam. You can always come back. You can talk freely now. You're not bound by the chain of Aguilar. You can stick your head above water and actually let people know what was going on there. Same thing with everybody. Well, and same thing with, and that brings up another thing, and I'm pretty deep into it. So, you know, obviously, if they're still listening, you know, anybody who worked for the town of Aguilar, anybody who is currently working for the town of Aguilar or is a part of that administration, you do realize that there are whistleblower laws out there. You can blow the whistle and you will not face any consequences if you had any involvement in said activity, as long as you whistle blow the activity. I'm going to make this very clear again. There are no consequences to the whistleblower, even if they were involved. It's pretty much like witness protection. There should be no retaliation, and you can get this information out there. There are whistleblower laws. I am urging you, please do the right thing and report the criminal acts that you have seen.
Yeah, funny thing on reporting them, all you have to do is watch the town council meeting. They don't hide their stuff.
Well, there is that. There is definitely that. They can watch all of our videos. Hell, they don't even have to watch our videos. They can go directly onto their website, the Facebook, and watch all of the videos. But how much information can you get? How much stuff do you think that they can get them on when all you hear is mumble? When you can't distinctly make out what they're saying, what they're voting on, what's being done. All you see is actions being taken, but you cannot clearly hear what actions are being taken, how the actions were taken as far as the process was concerned, because if they follow Robert's rules, they're following a whole different set of Robert's rules than I know.
Oh,
They don't do a proper meeting, period. I don't think I've seen not one single proper fucking meeting happen with this fucking board and this fucking town. I see more proper meetings in Rockyford, and they only have 2 people showing up to their shit. But that used to be Aguilar when we first walked in. Seriously, there was 2 people sitting in those seats watching what was going on. And then you go from that to almost a year and a half later, and you get this. Let me bring it up here. Let me see if I can. I got a nice little shot of it.
Your attorney is walking you into about 20 lawsuits right now.
Everybody in this room is affected.
Care about you?
You go from 2 people to this. And there was actually more people there that meeting. There was more people than what you see now, because a lot of them had already walked out in disgust. So you went
Walking
from
out in disgust happens every meeting.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is from when we first started, that first meeting that I showed, literally there was only 2 people there.
Right.
Besides me and Good Citizen. As far as citizens were concerned, there was only 2 people there. And then you go from that to this. And you can tell that there has been progress made. A lot of progress made. A lot of people have come out and put their face out there and said, look, I'm tired of it.
It's about time.
It needs to be more. We need more of the citizens there. We need that whole thing packed. Standing room. We need to have people take those tables and those chairs out of the fucking room to fit the amount of fucking people that need to be sitting in that room yelling at the administration right now on how they are handling the town and how they treat the people of that town.
Well, now their intent, and it was publicly said, is to give us a fine for disagreeing with them loudly.
They cannot fine you. They cannot.
Well, they can. Yeah, they can under a city ordinance. They'd be able to, and go into a municipal court. They could push it through, and you would have to appeal to a constitutional court to do you any good. It's just a big way to waste your money.
It is a big way to waste your money, but if you know how to do the paperwork, that fine will go away.
Oh yeah, eventually it will go away, but you got to get out of municipal court.
Yeah, but that can happen.
Yes.
It's not hard to do. It might take a time. It might take process. But again, that's what people like Good Citizen, West Side Accountability, Tapatio's Cop Watch, all of the people that go out and do audits or cop watching or government accountability, period, we take that risk. Every time we grab our camera and go and fuck with the cops, go and fuck with an administration, go and fuck with anybody, we already know in the back of our fucking head, there's a potential I'm going to get arrested today. There's a potential I'm going to need to come up for bail. There's a potential I'm going to need to look into whatever is going to happen, and I'm going to have to go through that process to either get it dropped, or, some people, they don't fucking feel like going through the whole process. They take a fucking plea deal and then they just call it good. It all depends on how you want to work the system. I go out there every time with my camera expecting to get arrested. I don't look to get arrested. That is not my goal. That is not the goal in any of this. That's not the goal. The goal is not to get arrested. The goal is to show the tyrants for who they are.
Yeah, we're just a peaceful protest. That's all.
And we're
people who are tired of this.
Guy try to run us over. With a Dodge truck. You don't drive a Dodge truck. Push up to the minivan.
The guy in the minivan's the one who tried to run you over.
Ah. Well, we've seen him. We saw him in Aguilar Day, too. I fucked with him a little bit at Aguilar Day.
Right.
Unknowingly, but apparently I fucked with him on Aguilar Day.
He was fucking parking enforcement. Your people was. Bob parked in the wrong spot.
Made you move, did he?
He didn't find a very parking.
Huh? No, not now. No, we're just hanging out. We'll be at 5 o'clock. All right. We'll be here. Call, 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 call. Yeah. Get
Why don't
lively.
you? Right, honk. You guys have to have a sign that says honk. People don't honk just for the fuck of it.
Fucking Bird was the honk. I thought that's what he was here for. Oh, honk with a O, not a U, right? Yeah, honk. Yeah, that's like we're yelling honk. Look at it. There we go. Here's our honk. At least we're
Right?
having fun.
Right?
And
I mean,
sadly, everyone deserted Stephanie. She's the only one in the town council.
Oh, you mean she's the only one in the office? Is Stephanie?
Yeah.
Oh.
He said that, he said that, he said that, he said that, he said that. Daylight come and you want go home. Work all night on a drink of rum. Daylight.
We know what Tyra's doing right now. She's at home making little videos.
We'll
having
make it
some fun.
happen because of that, you know? Yeah, we'll be out here at 5 and have some more signs. I'm going to make some that say honk.
Right? Well, I mean, you could still get the support even though nobody's there and it's not open. I mean, that's still a protest in a way, just as long as you get. The whole point is to rally public support. That's the whole point behind a fucking protest, and to grieve out your grievances if your government won't let you grieve them out the proper way.
Hell, they won't even show up to work when we're here.
Well, I lost my $2 because I swore they were just going to shut down the whole town hall because I mentioned protest on the show. So I lost my $2.
I mean, but you should at least get like $1, right? Because there's only really one employee working in the office. That's pretty well shut down. I mean, that's close as you can get to shutting it down without locking the door. You know what I mean?
Well, can you still walk in, or is the main door locked?
Oh, if you want to give them money, they're open for business. Yeah, they'll take money.
They'll always take your money.
This one kind
Except
of
for that-
family thing for Dick Insider. Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh, that was bad.
Well, we had a guy come in here. I think his name was Robert's Deep Insider.
Right.
He's not going to talk. I see. Yep.
They're looking.
No, they're all looking. See, the problem is people are afraid. In this fucking day and age, they don't want to be noticed with something like that because, right now, I mean, we're domestic terrorists right now. We're going against the government. We're domestic terrorists right now.
Right. Better not call the state troopers because they already drove by and waved at me. Yeah, they are in town.
Well, it's good to see them upholding their part of the contract, doing their patrols around Aguilar like they're supposed to be.
We have a contract with the sheriff. We still got a contract with the sheriff. Yeah, that's fun.
He's educating somebody that we still have a contract.
Yeah, he's trying to fix it up. There's so much people don't know here that's going on. Here comes the honker. They're walking out in the street, slowing them down and getting them to honk.
Right? Telling you, that meeting was crazy. Meeting was crazy. And the special meeting afterwards is just even more crazy. Like, the fact that they all just walked out was just ridiculous in my opinion. Nothing ever gets handled in my opinion. I don't see how anything is getting handled other than the special meetings. And even then, they're not handling anything because augmentation pond still isn't done. No, I haven't even... And when we questioned about it, it's on a plot of land somewhere on the outside of Aguilar where nobody can see it, whatever. They've got that plot of land. But nobody's seen any construction done on it, setting it up, digging it out, nothing. Like, we have nothing on that augmentation pond. You got your ADA ramp that is supposed to be being built. Bid was taken, they accepted the bid, ramp still ain't done months and months later. Let's take those people's water tap that was on the agenda for 6 months when we first got here. 6 months straight, this water tap needed to be approved by the council, and it kept getting tabled. They didn't want to handle it until we brought it up and bitched about it, and then it got handled. Did it get done? To my knowledge, no. Like, shit gets approved, but shit don't get done. They go into that office every day. What the fuck goes on in that office every day? Every day. Tyra, Sarah, Stephanie, 3 people in that office all day long working on paperwork. Nothing getting done. Utility workers getting fired left and fucking right, put on suspension left and fucking right. Leaks and water problems left and fucking right, non-stop, but those are constantly getting found and fixed. 500,000 gallons of fucking water gets emptied out of a well that should not even be running. Nothing is said. I mean, they don't tell you stuff, and it's like it's okay. No, it's not okay. Fact. They had a well that was spilling out water at an amazing rate. Somebody almost got their tractor stuck in the soil because of how much water had dumped out. Fact. Did you hear about it? Nope. The most we got is, no, that didn't happen because that well doesn't run. It doesn't work. It's not running. Well, it was running for quite some time. Wandering Hippie, great to see you. Always blowing smoke up their ass, man. This whole thing right here that you're witnessing over here is the aftermath of that meeting where Joe sat there and blew smoke up everybody's asses even more. Because in the special meeting, he's got no problem with trying to set something up to where people can only talk about what's on the agenda. He is right there with Donald and everybody else on that board. You don't have an opinion unless it's on that agenda. Because they don't want to hear the same bullshit over and over and over and over again. Unfortunately, that same bullshit over and over and over and over again is because shit's not getting taken care of, it's not being dealt with, and it's not being handled properly. That is town business. That is the meaning of having public comment. But when you take that away from the people, what did you expect them to do? Did you expect them to just sit there, shut up, and take it like they've been doing? That's exactly what they expected you to do. Exactly what they expected you to do. Hey, Gail. Welcome back. You know, you guys have been running wild in Aguilar for way too long. Way too long have you guys been running wild over this council. This council can't get a goddamn thing done because of the people of Aguilar and the way that they keep messing up the meetings. Well, even when we've already proven fact here many a times just through public meeting, fact. They can pass whatever they want. They can sit there for an hour and go, yep, 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 yep. Does this shit get done? Nope. Why? Is it because they can't pay for the ADA ramp? Is it because they can't find somebody qualified to go into the shit pond to fix the agitator? I can tell you right now, no self-respecting tow truck driver is going to put on a wetsuit and go in after that tractor. So you guys need to figure something the fuck out. I wouldn't jump in that shit pond for a tractor. You would have to pay me 10 grand to put on a wetsuit, climb into a shit pond, and pull out your tractor. That tractor is never getting out of that shit pond. They're not going to pay that. They're not going to get anybody specialized to do it. And none of them want to throw on the wetsuit and jump in the shit, even though they jump in the shit nonstop. I mean, you would figure they got no problem wallowing in shit right now with the amount of crap that spews out of all of their mouths. But not a single one of them want to jump in that shit pond and pull that fucking tractor out. Not a single one of them want to jump in that shit pond and go fix the agitator. They know the agitator's fucking messed up. So just imagine that septic nightmare that's happening right now near Aguilar. And think about infrastructure. They already don't take care of their infrastructure. I mean, I can speculate something pretty bad happening to that fucking augmentation pond. I mean, that shit pond. And somehow, you know, that shit pond ends up opening up and going out into Aguilar or the Gonzales ditch or where, you know, closest to wherever it's fucking located. They don't keep up on their infrastructure. There's nothing to say that that infrastructure won't break down on its own. Especially if they don't keep it maintained and they're driving tractors into it. But that's because they don't want to spend the money on somebody that's certified. They don't want to spend the money on somebody that knows what they're doing. They don't want to pay somebody what they're worth. Why? That town should be bringing in enough money to support somebody like that, because that is, you know, a vital function to a town. What happens when people can't flush their fucking toilets in town anymore because of what's going on with the shit pond? Has anybody even thought about that on the administration? Or as many times as we brought up the problems that is going, you know, the agitator is used to not only help, you know, clean up that area a bit, but it's to stop the stuff from like sticking and clogging up stuff. If everything runs there and that stops, where's everything going to go? It's going to go right back up into your house. There's going to be an issue there. Again, all speculation. But it's proper speculation, considering as how the infrastructure is not being upheld. Right? I think all of them need it. I think all of them should have to fucking put on a wetsuit, get the fuck out there, pull that tractor out, fix that agitator. Every single fucking one on that council.
All types of really cool stuff happening down here.
I forgot that was on and how far it goes. But still, I mean, point there is that, you know, if you can't, if you're going to accept their lies and you're going to let them get away with it, it's only going to get bad for you. Shit rolls downhill. You got to remember, they're sitting on the top. Tyra has access to money. Whose money? Your money. Just like the mayor and Boone had access to their money. Still can't figure out what happened to that lady. Haven't seen any charges. She hasn't been arrested. But she cleared out $400,000 out of a town's account. And again, here Gail says that she had a problem with her plumbing as well, and it turned out it was on the town side. So again, it's not hard to speculate what's going to happen when shit breaks down. Literally. Virgil doesn't work there anymore, John. Virgil hasn't worked there for probably a good 10 months. Virgil hasn't been there, man. Virgil has been long gone. They have gone through, I think, what is it? It's been 5 different utility workers so far, including themselves. But unfortunately, I think that was the young buck, the one that just recently got fired. And we're not even sure if he's fired yet. Like, we haven't even heard, like, an actual if he's fired or not. Like, nothing. I do know that he's sitting in jail right now for the warrants that he had on him. I do know that. No other charges on him, though. Because, again, supposedly, this same person decided to load up town property in a town vehicle, take pictures of said property, list them on Facebook Marketplace or Fetch or whatever, I don't know, whatever those selling sites are, and then decided to take those down and then go and pawn them. And supposedly, allegedly, stole a good amount of money out of Sarah's desk. But he's got no charges on him. And he was arrested on his warrants there in Aguilar. How often are the sheriffs out in Aguilar? Especially fucking with people for warrants. Thanks, hippie. Appreciate that. And Betty says that there's been plumbing problems all over for the past 2 years. But we all know why, Betty. I mean, that's the infrastructure there. We already know that, hell, just their water delivery pipe was so corroded that when the guys were supposedly working on it, the shit would crumble. That tells you how dilapidated their infrastructure is. That was water being fed to the whole entire town. Now, we're not even talking about the tank itself. You have the concrete tank that's got a cracked roof. It's letting in water, or supposedly, from the letter I got, it's fixed. But it was letting in water. You could see concrete at the bottom of the tank. Bunch of fucking sand and crap at the bottom of the fucking tank. Now, if you take that away and you run it down that pipe, and the pipe is so corroded that it is falling apart, those contaminants are making it to your house. It's not even the tank. It's what's in between the tank. So again, speculation, because we can't get any report. I haven't gotten any construction reports that I've asked for. Like, you know, what's going on? Like, what's the report from the guys doing the work on this water pipe? Haven't gotten any of that. So I don't know what's going on. I'm only knowing what's being told to us at meetings, which is bullshit. Because, nonstop, we've proven it fact that we get 5 different stories from these fucking people. It all depends on which one it comes from. I was told by Mark, no, there's no leak. When they were running water up there, there's no leak. It was the people using too much water. That's the reason why they had to haul water up there. And then you had Donald, who incorporated both of them. Well, no. There was a leak, but it's fixed. Right? Which tells me the leak is in the lower half of the reservoir, especially if, you're losing water. Not the crack in the ceiling. Right? So there was a leak. And the citizens were all using their water too much. I mean, you could see whose grass is green. You can see whose grass is green. I mean, I know Colorado is one of those fucked up states. It's all free and shit, but you can only collect so much rainwater here to water your plants. So you obviously have to be using 10,000 gallons of water to keep your grass green, and your flowers good. And you guys are doing a lot of laundry. Could you guys please conserve? Because you're running down the water. And then it went to, well, the citizens weren't using up the water. We're just asking them to conserve on their water. But there was a leak, and it's fixed. I mean, you get 3 different stories. They don't know what to fucking stick with. If you're in that kind of professional state, and you're going to be giving out information like that, I would hope that you would make sure that it is proper information and you're not giving out 5 different stories. And then you wonder why Good Citizen, Vern, me, Gail, Betty, multiple fucking people in that town don't trust your ass. They don't believe your ass. You wonder why. I mean, it's not that hard to understand. And yet, the same shit keeps going over and over and over again. And it's not like it's all the citizens' fault here. I'm not going to put all the blame on the citizens. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the majority on the fault on the state. The state entities are the ones that should be in here keeping them accountable. That's the whole point behind the whole fucking step process on the government itself and how this all fucking works. The state is a good portion of this. The state is an enabler of this because nothing happens to them. But you're going to say, hey, they don't have their state taxes, those benefits, those revenues coming in, and no. Well, yeah, they get held to a certain degree, but they're also required to do an audit, right? Yearly of all of their stuff. They're supposed to do audits. That's the whole point on getting that revenue. Audits haven't been done since 2019. And they're having issues trying to find an auditor to get it all done. I wonder why. I mean, we've had plenty of testimony from plenty of different people that everybody has seen books, but they haven't seen what's in those books. So is she handing the auditor a real book, the real budgets, the real stats out? Or is she doing her imaginary, I don't owe that money, so we're not going to write that in there? I mean, I don't know. I have never seen a budget come from this administration. So I don't know how they run their budget. I should be able to get a budget. I'm almost betting you, if I jumped off of here, I went down to Pueblo, and I went into that building, and I asked for the city budget, I am almost betting you I would walk out with a pre-printed fucking sheet within 5 minutes and not get a hassle. Almost betting you. I will take that as a definite bet that I would throw $1 million on that bet, that I would walk in and they already have it printed. And I wouldn't spend more than 5 minutes in there unless I had a camera. Then it would just be a dog and pony show because I'm taking a camera into a government building. Maybe. Haven't tested that one out here yet. But Hippie will tell you, you should be able to just walk in, request a budget, and those records should be readily available for the public to inspect. Hell, there's a town in Colorado, over in Cortez, I believe the name is. It's just after you pass over from the Four Corners. I went in there for my birth certificate, right? Because I'm born here. I'm born and raised in Colorado. Well, I'm not raised, but I'm born here in Colorado, right? So I go there, and I'm getting my birth certificate, and just for the fuck of it, I asked him for a city budget. I just so happened to get a city budget within the amount of time that it took me to get my birth certificate, which was about 10 minutes. There should be no reason why I cannot request an email of 1 month's budget, 1 year's budget. It should be readily available and done for the public. And I've noticed that this administration does not believe that any of that is town business, let alone public business. And that's what needs to stop. They need to stop treating us like we're fucking ignorant. They need to stop treating their people like they're ignorant. And they need to start acting in the rules that they need to be running underneath. They need to be acting underneath the conduct that they swore to. I mean, I can almost guarantee you they don't uphold the Constitution. Fuck no, they don't. Because everything we do, everything we say is a lie, and we're going to get somebody hurt. We're going to get somebody hurt. It's all right here. It's all right there. The Chronicle lies. World Journal lies. Good Citizen Media lies. You people's just an asshole. I mean, come on. I'm just going to flip it back and forth there for a minute, just for everybody, just in case I flipped it too fast. But I'm telling you, man, I'm kind of hoping at least for half the town. I'm not expecting. I am hoping half the town at least show up for the next meeting. If you need to be carried in, give us a call. We will find somebody. We will load you up in a car. And we will take you down to the meeting. If you need a ride, contact us. Maybe we can work something out. I mean, we got this guy right here. We got Amen Ride LLC, non-emergency medical transportation in that area. Free with Medicaid. If you need medical transportation that's not emergency, please call 719-877-2281. I mean, there are people out there that are willing to help. There's people out there that are willing to help out a citizen that can't do. Hey, I can't make it because I'm this far away. I don't have a ride. Pretty sure we can work something out. That's the whole point about being a community, is working together, sticking together, helping each other out, not intimidating each other because you're related to somebody. And you don't like the fact that you're speaking up against their corruption. I mean, I don't know how everybody else was raised, But I was raised with, what they used to call values. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't praise the person that walked in and stole something from a store. You don't praise the person that walked up, took your shit, and then ran away. You chase that motherfucker down, you beat the ever-living shit out of him, and you make a fucking point that he knows not to do it again. The fly said hi. That's how I was raised. You speak up. Somebody's doing something to somebody. You speak up. You hear somebody getting attacked. You speak up. You don't just close your fucking window and go, oh, that sucks for them. And unfortunately, that's the kind of society that we have fucking run into. People are more adept to shutting their fucking window and going, that sucks for them, just don't come to my door. But then it's when it comes to your door and you go, well, how come I didn't get any help? How come nobody helped me out? Well, because everybody around you did the same thing that you did to the person prior. They shut their fucking window and they said, that sucks for you. And then you wonder why, in this day and age, a lot of people have trust issues on trusting people. I can't trust my neighbor to come over and help me if, I'm getting robbed. I can't trust that. I don't know this guy. Hell, I can't even trust that he's not going to come over and rob. I'm not saying that he's a bad guy. What I'm saying is an example. I can't trust him not to come over here and steal my shit either. I mean, he's right next door. All he's got to do is break through this drywall in this garage over here, and boom, he's in my house. And it doesn't take much to hit my little button to open up my garage door. And then he can walk out with my shit. You know what I'm saying? But you have to trust. There's got to be some sort of hope or trust, or I don't know how you would explain it, but there's got to be that level of, okay, I got to trust that this guy isn't going to do anything. But if he does, do I let him get away with it? Do I just say, fuck it, he got away with my shit and, take it and let him get away with it? Enabling him to go, okay, well, I did it to him once. Maybe he won't speak up to me if I do it a second time. And that's how I feel this administration is treating the citizens of Aguilar. They're treating them like they live right next door, and they're robbing your fucking house on a daily basis. They're robbing your fucking house. And a lot of the people are just letting it get away with it, and they're not holding them accountable. And it's time to hold them accountable. It's time to hold their feet to the fire. I would expect the same with anything. Even for myself, I get it all the time. I get it all the time. From viewers, from videos, from just random, just with the Aguilar itself. I mean, look, I almost got ran over. But you also saw me speak up. You also saw me blast him out. Of course, the cops aren't going to do anything. Well, call the cops, call the cops. Well, I've learned out here that people are connected in a lot of fucking ways. And apparently, supposedly, that guy was a part of law enforcement as well. Did any charges get brought up against that guy that tried to run me, a good citizen, over? Nothing happened to us. We didn't get hurt. It doesn't matter that motherfucker literally swerved into the oncoming lane and almost off the road to try and intimidate us. That doesn't matter. That doesn't show intention. I mean, the guy could use the same old story. There was a dog in the road. They didn't see it because it was dark, and I tried to avoid the dog, and I didn't see him. I mean, a lot of us know the ways to circumvent law in some way, shape, or form. I mean, Mark knows all about the whole, having to fucking run into a bar really quick and take a drink so that way he doesn't get busted for fucking DUI. I mean, he knows that circumvent. But then again, when you're connected and the cops don't fuck with you, do you really have to do that to circumvent the law anymore? No, you just drive around the fucking town drunk. Documented. Fact. And it's not just him. Not just him running around there, driving around drunk in the middle of the fucking night. I have witnessed Donald driving while impaired. Could I prove it? Did I give him a sobriety test? No. But you know. Can I peg him with it? No. Because I'm not a cop. Right? So how much power do I really have to hold this administration accountable for breaking the law as far as driving around drunk, throwing rocks at people, their friends trying to, scare us and intimidate us? I mean, how far am I supposed to let it go? Because I can't peg them on any of this stuff. We've tried. Why? Because police aren't hearing it. And a lot of the times, we make a complaint to the police. Oh, well, you got to take that up with the mayor. Really? So you're telling me I got to go to a public meeting that the only thing that I can do is talk on the agenda, so I can't bring up this complaint to the mayor because technically by law you cannot talk to the council members separately when you're bringing up a grievance. I mean, you can talk to them, but there's nothing that they can do. They can bring it up to the council, they can try and address it at the next meeting, but there's nothing a council member can do. You have to address it in a public forum where stuff gets handled. And if you can't address the topic that you're trying to address, how does your problem get fixed? I mean, I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to keep going round and round on it. I don't give a fuck. You guys can, sit there and get bent at me and say, okay, we've heard it. No, I'm driving in the fucking stake. Like, I got to try and, I've learned that I've got to be, really blunt with stuff. Really blunt. To the point where people apparently get their feelings hurt with how blunt I get sometimes. So, I mean, I'm not holding all of the citizens accountable. Now, this shit's been going on for a long time. People have been in fear for not only their lives, but their properties as well, to speak up against these people. We have enough cameras now, and we have enough audience on it now, that you don't have to worry about that. Nothing is going to happen to your shit. We've got a network of people out there that Tyra, Donald, Mark, they have no fucking clue who's talking to us and who's giving us information. And then everybody wonders why, especially them, how I find out my fucking information. Now, we're just going to run Bob off the board. We're going to run Bob off the board because Bob is working with us. Right? It was Bob. I got news for you. Bob didn't work with us one little fucking bit. But there's plenty of other fucking people that are connected to Donald, that are connected to Tyra, that are connected to Mark, that have given us plenty of fucking information and just enough to what we need to know to speculate correctly. It is a small town. Everybody talks. That's why I'm saying, you don't have to worry about this retaliation bullshit no more. Come out. Come out to the potluck today, 5 o'clock. to about 7 o'clock, have a hot dog, have a hamburger, talk to your fellow citizen, talk to your neighbor, figure out how to fix this situation. Because tell you the truth, I'm not going to wait until April 2024. I'm not waiting for that. Right now, you guys have a right to clear off that board and start all over again. It's called taking back your government. You have a right to do that. Of course, there's steps that need to be taken, but we need more than just 5, 6, 7 people out there yelling at them. We need the whole town. The whole town. If you can't make it because you can't drive, call somebody. If you need to be put in, like if you need somebody to help you out with at least watching it on the internet, so that way you can make your voice heard on a public forum like Facebook, make your voice heard on Facebook. They can't shut you up there unless they block you off. And then that shows that the administration is not listening to the citizens even more if your comments get deleted. Because the only ones that run that is Sarah and Stephanie. Your comment gets deleted, still a part of that administration. The administration is taking away your First Amendment right to bitch about your government. You might not get an answer because nobody sits there and actually responds to anything like they should. I mean, if you're sitting there running a stream, you should at least respond to the comments. Like, oh, hey, so-and-so, thank you for coming in. I greatly appreciate you being here. If you have any questions, go ahead and type them in. Like, somebody that is running that stream with a chat should be handling questions, or at least attempting to, and should have the knowledge. That should be Sarah. You got Tyra, who should be busy sitting at that fucking council seat. Even though she's not a council member, she's the administrator. She should be there. Not Sarah. Tyra should be sitting in that seat. She hasn't been in that seat forever and a fucking day. Where the hell has she been? I think she should be held to the same standard as those council people. You missed 3 meetings in a row, you're done. You've given up your position. I don't give a fuck. Because all you're doing is kicking these people in the teeth. You're showing them disrespect by not even showing up and handling your business and addressing the public and their concerns. That is a part of your job requirement in the positions that you are in. I know you guys don't think so. I know Donald thinks he's on his own little fucking pedestal along with Tyra and Mark. They're all on their own little pedestal. They sit above everybody. Right? Like, they don't have to be held accountable to anybody. Not even the state. They've made it very fucking clear. The state has nothing to do with them. It's all them. They have no affiliation with the state. They can do whatever they want. They're pretty much sovereign, is what they're telling you. I mean, that's the definition I get. If you're not claiming to be a part of a state entity and you're claiming to be your own entity, you're claiming to be sovereign. I mean, I know it was Native American land, but it's not native land. It hasn't been claimed as native land. So in that instance, you're not sovereign. Like, it doesn't work that way. You may run your town like it's a business, but that doesn't make you sovereign. You're still should be held to the same standards as Pueblo, as Denver, as anybody else, because you are a town. You're a part of the state. You're a state entity, and you get money from the state. And not just the state. You're getting it from the United States with all your fucking grants that you get to supposedly fucking fix everything. That's not just coming from the state. That's coming from the country as well, because you're going for government grants. You're not specifying what government. Was it just the Colorado government? Because the Colorado government is not an independent government. Now, if you're going for like state grants, cool. But when you're telling people government grants, that is coming from the United States, not from just Colorado. Just want to make sure you all understand that over there on the board, that you are collecting government fucking money. That makes you a state entity, especially if you're claiming to be one with a seal. And I'm sorry, everybody. I know I'm on like little rants and everything, and I'm going into some pretty redundant shit. But like I said, I'm kind of over the lip service that these people end up giving the townspeople, and the amount of crap that they get away with. They need to start hearing it. They're saying that they're underneath stress right now, you guys. They're underneath a lot of stress with just like maybe 20 people showing up to that last meeting, which I have to say is probably the most amount of people. There's probably 30 people at the last meeting. They're underneath a lot of stress. We're causing them a lot of stress. I mean, to the point where Stephanie is getting ready to sell everything and move up to Denver and, you know, all this other great jazz. I mean, we are causing them some great distress. But why are we causing them distress if it's just lies? If it's all lies and the stuff that we put out is bullshit and we're going to get somebody hurt? Who's going to get hurt? We've never encouraged violence. We've never asked anybody to violently go after any of you. We've asked them to hold you accountable verbally. Just like you would hold anybody else accountable. You got a wrong order at McDonald's. Complete wrong order. Not what you ordered. Are you going to just take it and eat it? Or are you going to go back and ask them to fix the order and be held accountable? Ain't no different here. The people are making orders. This is what they want. You've got that fucking company, because they're basically claiming themselves as a company. You've got that company over there telling you, no, we're going to give you this and you're going to like it and you're going to take it. Would you do business with that business ever again? You see what I'm saying? Like, how long do you think that business would be open? I wouldn't think 15 years. Because that's pretty much what they equate themselves to. We're a business. We're incorporated. We don't have to listen or abide by state shit. We can make our own laws. No. You cannot make your own laws. You can make ordinances. But those are not laws. People can be held to those ordinances and held to a fine as long as those ordinances are constitutional. I mean, you're not going to hand me a ticket that says, you know, that I can't shoot rockets out of my car. What kind of ordinance is that? You can't shoot rockets outside of your car. And the way that they mean that is you cannot take Roman candles and stick it out the car window, drive around and shoot out the Roman candles. Or something similar, like bottle rockets or something like that. You can't drive around and shoot bottle rockets out your fucking window. Seriously, these are the ordinances that Aguilar has put into place. Now, my question on that was, well, what kind of shit is going on? But then I found out, because I talked to the person for the reason for that ordinance, and yes, it was basically them driving around and shooting bottle rockets at each other. That's basically what it was. Now, you listen to that, and it's funny because you've got a couple people driving around in their cars shooting bottle rockets at each other. Did an ordinance need to be created because of it? Probably not. But this is like the town from Footloose. You can't have any music outside either because they'll send the cops over to you. They'll have the cops have your fucking music shut down in the middle of the fucking day. They don't give a fuck. There's no ordinance for it, but they're going to have your music shut down because of noise. They're not going to bring their testing equipment and see if the decimals reach past what the law says that the decimals need to be at. And there is no law during the day as far as decimals are concerned. It's only at night when those decimals are concerned. But they'll still tell you you can't have your music. And do you know what they used for that? They used the state law for it. They didn't even use an ordinance from Aguilar. They used a state law to try and scare the person from using or listening to their music outside. Well, which is it? Are you a part of the fucking state or are you not a part of the state? Do you run off a state law or do you not run off a state law? And if you're sovereign, do the sheriffs really have jurisdiction in Aguilar? Shouldn't you really technically have your own police department? Like a marshal? Something? Well, that sucks because, you have nobody applying. Nobody applying. And because I cannot make it to the next meeting, I am speaking now. And, if anybody wants to take this clip and send it to Tyra, well, I'll probably do it myself. I'll probably email it myself. So this is my official. I am applying for the marshal position in Aguilar. You obviously don't do background checks. And I've got a clean background. I can send you my background check. I just had one done. I can send you my background, save you a little bit of money because we all know how cheap you are. But I'm applying for the marshal position. You know who I am. You know where I'm at. You know what position I want. If you're willing to give me the position, hit me up, youpeoplefreepress@gmail.com, and let me know when I start. So it's official. As of this live, I have applied for the marshal position. Verbally applied for the marshal position. I don't see why they need my address and all my other shit just to tell me whether I can take the job or not. They can get that after they give me the job. I'm tired of filling out applications. They know who I am. They know where I am. They know what I do. And if you need a background check, I got it for you. But I'm applying for the marshal position officially. And if Tyra would get a hold of me, she even has my number. She can get a hold of me on Messenger. She can call me. Let me know. And I will make sure to take this clip out once I'm all done and send it to her. So that way I know that she got the clip. I know she saw it. Or if somebody like Betty or Gail wants to take the clip and ask Tyra if I'm going to be the new marshal, that would be even more hilarious. But no, I seriously think that, because nobody's applying for that position. We did have somebody apply for that position. I think that they showed up for the meeting, for the interview, but there was a bunch of bullshit prior to that, and then I think they walked out because when they called the name, nobody came up. Nobody wants that position because the amount of bullshit that is going on in that town. And the fact that you've got Good Citizen and myself and Vern and Gail and Betty and all these other people now whipping out their cameras and keeping Aguilar somewhat accountable for. I mean, this is the most accountable Aguilar's been in 15 years. You guys should pat yourselves on the fucking back with all the work that you guys have done with us. But you know, if I am the marshal, if I do get the marshal position, whenever I'm on my shifts, I'll be live. Period, the end. Because I do believe that law enforcement can be live at all points and times. You should be fully transparent, especially if you're in law enforcement. Not that I'd be doing much law enforcement, because I've looked into it and really, all I can really do is like legally detain somebody until the sheriffs come and pick them up. Or I could go out and talk to them, or I can issue tickets like, you know, a traffic cop or whatever when I'm watching a 14-year-old drive down the street with no license doing fucking 40 miles an hour in a 25 mile an hour zone. Just saying, you know, there should be people out there, you know, holding certain people accountable. I completely agree with that. I mean, otherwise we just have like fucking flat out chaos. We'd all kill each other. There would be no rule. We would end up like Mad Max. Like, dead serious. We'd end up like Mad. It'd be everybody for themselves. Like, whatever people could steal, as long as you could fucking protect it yourself, you're good until you get taken out. Like, that's exactly how it would be if we didn't have police. I'm not saying we don't need police. We need rule of law. We need to keep those values in place. Not the stupid bullshit, you can't film the cops. You got to be 8 feet away from the cops. That shit shouldn't even be a law. That shit shouldn't even attempt to be a law. You know, don't kill somebody. Great. That's a law. You can't kill somebody. That's a law. I mean, now if it's in self-defense, there's your other half of the coin. You got self-defense. You killed him because of self-defense. He was going to kill you. Well, I mean, there's your rule of law, because you have two sides to that coin. Here, there are no sides. It's like a double-sided coin in Aguilar. Whatever the people get, it's always heads. Doesn't matter. They can get a little bit here or there when they hit that heads, like, you know, but they're just going to keep switching the coin on you. They'll show you the tails, right? They'll pocket that coin and they'll show you tails. And then they'll pocket the other coin and they'll whip it out. You know, sleight of hand. Break out that double-sided coin. People never see it. Not just Aguilar. Everywhere. Boone. I mean, you come on. Steal $400,000 from a town and you don't get arrested. You admit to it. On camera. No arrest. But that's just because she was a mayor, right? She gets away with stealing $400,000 of a town's money and nothing's going to happen to her because she was a mayor. Like, is that all you need? Do I just need to reach mayor status to be able to just get away with shit and empty out bank accounts and, you know, do whatever the fuck I want? Because that seems pretty nice. I'll take that job too. But unfortunately, I'm not a resident. Good Citizen, on the other hand, though, he's a resident. He's been there for a year. I don't know. I'm almost thinking Good Citizen for mayor, you people for marshal. How much change do you think would happen at that point? But then again, once we reach that point, hopefully, there'll be a whole new council. I know that there has been a shit ton of people ready to take those seats, and they're just waiting for the election. Right now, we need to figure out how to take those seats now. Here's where we start planning. How do we take those seats away from those people and put people into those seats that belong into those seats without Tyra voiding it? Because at this point, we're in a conundrum. There's a few people up there that haven't been on the council for 6 months, so they cannot be recalled. And that's the one lady. God, I'm so bad with names, but she never talks. She never talks. We never talk about her. It's the one lady that sits next to Joe. And then you've got the mayor's wife, who just recently got put on there. Those two cannot be recalled. They have not met their 6-month requirement for that. Mark has already resigned. Mark has resigned. I am not expecting Mark to show up to the next meeting, and if he does show up to the next meeting, he better not take a seat. He has missed too many meetings, even by the code of conduct of that town. He has missed more than 3 meetings in a row. He is off that council. He walked out on the last meeting. He resigned. You got Joe, who can be recalled. You have Donald, who can be recalled. And you have Gerald that could be recalled. Problem is you could put that paperwork in there, but the person that approves those recalls is Tyra. So if Tyra won't approve the recalls, how do we get the recalls to take effect? Those people are in those seats until the next election. And then what are they doing to try and rig that next election? If we're going to talk about rigged elections, let's talk about rigged elections, because Tyra oversees that as well. She approves the recalls. She goes through the election process. It's not an outside agency doing this. I'm thinking that we can request an outside agency to do it, but I think that would also have to go through Tyra as well. So again, where do the citizens have to go to get the situation fixed? How do the citizens fix the situation in Aguilar? If you've got a person that controls pretty much everything, every aspect of that town, and you know damn well she ain't going to let it pass. She might let the one on Joe go. From what I hear, she don't like Joe. But anything other than that, Donald ain't going to get recalled. Gerald ain't going to get recalled. You can't recall Tyra. Tyra has to be either fired by a judge or there's one other way. But even that, I don't even think is going to work, because you would have to get her voted off. The council would have to vote to eliminate the administrator job, and then they would be able to fire her as an employee. But that, again, would have to result in the council agreeing to getting rid of the administrator position. Right now, that is not going to happen. Hell, the mayor's wife got in on a mumble vote. We all know damn well she shouldn't be sitting where she's sitting. A, because of conflict of interest. Her and the mayor are married, live together, do everything together. They can talk about whatever town fucking business that they want to. Not that they weren't doing it before. And not just that, she is a DA. Or I'm sorry, she works in the DA's office. Right? Like, any charges that pretty much get brought up against this town, they possibly could get shooed underneath the rug, like they never make it to the DA, maybe. I mean, I don't know how far her position goes. I don't know how much reach and shit she's gotten there, but I think that would be a huge conflict of interest. Sorry, Betty, I missed this. Betty says, my dad used to be a sheriff's deputy in Aguilar. They got rid of him after he gave the mayor's wife a ticket for watering on an off day. That's over 40 years ago. And again, that was also underneath different administration as well, but again, we have proven that the previous administration to Tyra and Mark and Donald and blah blah blah, because Mark was mayor prior to Donald. Donald was an ex-policeman as well. The person before Tyra that was in the clerk position disappeared with some money. So the people of Aguilar have been dealing with this for over 40 years. I wouldn't even consider this a battle at this point. I would be considering this a war between the administration and the citizens of Aguilar. And I'm pretty sure, because, I hear back in the day, around 40 years ago, Aguilar actually had a pretty thriving community. I do believe they were up around 1,000 to 1,500 people about that time, as far as the community was concerned. And as the years have gone by, and as all the bullshit has happened, more and more people have moved out, and now they're down to just about 495 people living in that town. Is that a coincidence, or is that is that just the way it goes? I mean, people just leave areas all the time, right? For no reason. They gotta move on. People die, whatever. People just moved out. But usually people come back in to replace those people. That's how you have population control in a town. Usually you have more people coming in than you do going out, which would mean your town is growing. But if you don't bring in any type of tourism, because Aguilar does not advertise tourism. They don't advertise tourism. They are so far back that you look at the sign, you don't even see a town, you just see a couple of buildings and like a bunch of grass and everything in the mountains from the interstate. I had a gentleman ask me, he goes, yeah, I drove past there. Where is Aguilar? Because I didn't take the exit, but I drove past there and I didn't even see a town. They're so far tucked off, like nobody ever sees them, so they're not getting attention that way. They're not trying to bring in anybody like, I don't know, Dollar General or, I've even talked to Dollar General. I sent them an email. I'm like, hey, there's a great little town called Aguilar that needs a place that can create jobs for them as well as provide a service. Now, great, you guys got Rangos and you guys got the mercantile. But you guys need a little bit more of a selection, man. And I mean, even just a Dollar General's a start. I mean, at least you get clothes, you get all types of different foods, and they're a pretty reasonable price. I mean, there's nothing to be ashamed about a Dollar General. In fact, that's how I equate if it's even a fucking town when I'm traveling. You go through, you're driving this shitty little town, damn, they don't even have a Dollar General. Dollar General is a status symbol. So I even talked to them. I sent them an email. I told them all about Aguilar, how it's a beautiful little town, that, people there need more local jobs, and maybe they might think about purchasing a plot of land out there and posting up out there and maybe creating some jobs for the people of Aguilar. And I got an email response back telling me, hey, that's a great idea. They asked me the population size, and they're like, oh, well, that's a great population size. It should, keep business going, blah, blah, blah. We'll think about it. I have nothing to do after that, but I made the suggestion. You guys might be getting a Dollar General. That's how it works. You reach out to companies. As a town, the town clerk, administrator reaches out to these companies. Hey, we're trying to get our town established and we're trying to build our town up and we're trying to bring people in. Can you bring your business to us? So that way, A, it creates jobs for our people, and B, it provides a service to our people, and C, it brings people in from surrounding areas or if they're just driving by. Now, I know you guys aren't going to get a Walmart. You guys aren't that fucking big yet. You need at least 2,000 people. I already talked to Walmart. It needs a population size of at least 2,000 people. Me and Good Citizen are trying to work you there. Tyra and Donald and Mark, they're working completely against us. I don't know what to tell you. I'm trying to help you guys. I'm trying to bring people in, but they keep fucking everything all up by, saying that we're lying and we're just all types of misinformation and this, that, and the other. I'm telling you, we're working really hard at it. Betty, speaking of that, that is a new sticker. So speaking of stickers, we've got stickers available. You can't spell tyrant without Tyra. Talk to Vern, Good Citizen Media. Contact them. They'll hook you up. Vern is working on a new sticker, Betty, which is pretty funny because it's pretty much saying the same thing, but it's we think it's the new slogan. Aguilar. Welcome to Aguilar. You can't make this shit up. That's going to be the new sticker, coming in a variety of colors. Not only that, but we also have here Amen Ride LLC, non-emergency medical transportation. Check them out if you need transportation. It is free with Medicaid. Plenty of stuff, got plenty of stuff going. But I think we have been going for about 5 hours now. I don't know. Betty, have I staked it enough? Have I made it blunt enough? Hopefully I didn't piss anybody off. I mean, I have a habit of doing that when I'm pretty blunt, but I think that we've staked it. I mean, and hell, 5 hours of talking about Aguilar. And we just made a dent. Just a dent, a small little dent, when you used to crash your 1960s car into another car and your dent would only be this big. Remember that? That's all we did. We only scratched the surface on the bullshit that has come out of this administration and given you multiple reasons on why not only the citizens there, but the people in the surrounding areas like Trinidad, Walsenburg, those areas, those people need to start coming in and going, hey, we're noticing what's going on over here. What the fuck is the matter with you guys? I'm telling you. I think we just need to, I think we need to make this our final push and really try and figure out something. We need to get together. Potluck today. 5 o'clock. Protest is just now ending. The protest was just to get people out there as a little starter. We understand it's a weekday and, not everybody can make a protest in the middle of the day. Plus, it was pretty last minute. There was not really a lot put out onto it, so we didn't expect a lot. We did get, a lot of honks and whatnot and so forth while Vern and Good Citizen and a few other people had showed up. One lady with her sign that wants accountability just as much as anybody else. Sorry, talking a lot. So, I mean, show up for the potluck today, 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock. Again, talk to your neighbors. Talk to Vern. Talk to Good Citizen. Everybody sit in a circle. Smoke a fucking joint. Pass the peace pipe and figure out what we can do to permanently fix Aguilar's problems. I mean, they are fixable. There's always going to be issues, right? There's always going to be issues with an administration. But there shouldn't be this many issues. There shouldn't be this many lies, and it shouldn't be this blatant either, in my opinion. They should not basically just be like shitting in your mouth and telling you that you like it, in my opinion, is what they're doing. So, with that being said, I think I am going to shut this down. We might go live again. I'm going to talk to Good Citizen. We might go live at the potluck. Might not, because of course the camera does, does affect with people. Some people don't like to be on camera and don't want to accidentally end up on camera. And we respect that and we understand that. So we might not be live with it, but we might. You'll always get a notification for that. I am going to throw up a couple of songs here just to end it out. I had it up and then I exited it out. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I thank you all for coming in.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars? Wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with it?
I did. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. We'll see you soon. If you need to contact me at youpeoplefreepress@gmail.com. If you have any questions, concerns that you want brought up, please don't hesitate to get a hold of us. I am on Facebook. My name is Joshua Lloyd. It's not hard to find me. Have a great evening, everybody. We'll see you soon.
Ability to help people escape reality.
Oh,
next week or
I
so.
hate that. saw it with my own two eyes. So you can wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. I can see it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. Don't forget, you can also get a hold of Good Citizen Media. Please go into his info. His email is there. The last time we ever met, but I know the reason why you keep me silent. No, you don't fool me. The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. A stranger to you and me.